And apparently my dog got to say hi before I did. No. Well, I'm alive. You really want to go back out, don't you, dog? All right, give me a second. Not for long, though. It's bloody cold out there. And I want to keep the door open. Okay, that's dealt with. Right, what was I doing? Good morning, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. I'm going to play some Elite today. I'm just still running for a couple of things on my setup because I'm a little bit slow moving this morning, so I apologize for that. I thought I will yap for a couple of minutes while I do that. I don't know how everyone's going this morning. I am not too bad, though my night's sleep was not quite as good as I hoped it would be. So we'll see how my energy levels hold up. I should be alright, though. Just one of the reasons why I'm a bit slow moving this morning. But I've got caffeine in my system now. Alright. Do that. I put a new post here. I cut this from here. And post it. Not sure if this is still a thing or not, but apparently you shouldn't put your link to Twitch in your main post on Twitter or X because it doesn't like it if you're trying to get people to leave the site. Or so I've been told. I don't know if that's true or not. But it sounds like it is enough possibility to it. You know, it sounds like something that could very well be true. So. Alright. I think that's that done. Alright. So we'll start by bringing up voice attack. I'll hop into my Discord. Oh, good morning. Well, good evening, Ed.
Hello.
And now I just need to bring up the game. How's your week going?
Decent enough. Actually cooked for myself today. Meal that I enjoy a lot, but don't get to make often.
Nice.
Properly stuffed myself now to a point where my tummy is aching, but oh well. Consequence.
That's alright. I mean, doing that occasionally is, you know, no harm, no foul. Stuffing yourself completely full. Used to do that with all you could eat Pizza Hut. I used to be here when I was much younger. Don't know if that was in other
I
countries.
still have some left over, so I think I'll keep it for tomorrow.
Yeah. That's one of the good things about cooking is that you can make a big meal and have leftovers. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of cooking. I do it fairly frequently because I just don't have the money to eat out a lot. My partner likes cooking a lot more than I do though, and she's much better at it. So I try and leave it to her whenever I can.
Makes sense.
I do my fair share though. Streaming, right? There we go.
I don't mind cooking, like I actually kind of even like it, but I don't cook often since, you know, I'm living alone.
Yes. Yeah.
Makes very little sense to cook often, anyway. I usually make like supply run, if you will, which lasts me about 10 to 14 days, usually up to 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And done. That's enough for me. That doesn't include cooking. It's just bread with some toppings, if you will. I don't know how to call it.
Yeah. Sandwich stuff.
Yep. More or less.
Yeah, I mean, we do the grocery shopping and stuff. We'll have the occasional takeaway dinner. And yeah, like, what, I mean, sometimes what I cook is relatively simplistic, you know. It could be some sausage rolls in the oven, mashed potatoes and frozen veggies cooked up or something like that. And sometimes we'll do we'll do roasts or something along those lines. I'll cook those as well. But generally my partner, she's one of the, she did a baking course and then she did most of a cooking course. And she watches a lot of the cooking shows on TV and stuff, so she tends to put more effort into what she's doing, I guess. Right? Like I'm just like, I'll throw a roast in the oven, a bunch of potatoes and other stuff in the oven, cover it, and a little bit of like some seasoning, and boom, you know. And she'll like pre-boil the potatoes first and stuff, and then like, to be fair, I mean, the difference is noticeable. Like your ones are much better than mine. Yeah. Well, it's just I'm like, oh, that's just too much effort. I don't want to do that.
Understandable.
All right. So, I have to admit something here. Yesterday in the game, I wanted to.
Unable to comply.
What do you mean unable to comply? I haven't asked you to do anything. Be quiet, Mr. Cook. I wanted to work on my construction thing on my other account, but I didn't want to get harassed by Dad all day. I just wasn't in that much of a talkative mood in the afternoon. So I was like, I have a plan. I will do it on my streaming account, but deliver to my other thing, and he will not know that I'm online.
Okay.
So at the moment, I'm over. Yeah. So what I'll show anyway. I'm 50% done now on this other one with 10 days remaining. So I mean, like 2 or 3 days ago, it was like 6% done. So pretty steady progress.
Good progress.
Yeah. And here's the system I claimed for the fourth one. You can see why I claimed it. Basically.
Oh no, I fully understood the why. especially when I saw the planet with lakes of lava.
Oh, you know,
Which
that's
is slightly darker this time. Or is that a different system?
different system. This is on my
Fair
other
enough.
account. So this is, yeah.
I wasn't looking at stream, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no. So I claimed this a while back, and the primary port was above this planet with this lava on it. And there's another one, there's a bit more lava-ish as well. And then there's a few other... It's not a huge system by any means, but it's got enough to develop. It's got a planet with rings, a couple of asteroid belts, and about... a couple of, a reasonable number of landable planets. Orbital stuff above. So, this was the one I've been working on my other account. Should go out and have a look at that other planet, actually. So for people wondering what it is talking about and what I said in my post, I've claimed the 7th system because this is the one over here that we were working on last weekend with Ed's one with the outpost, and this one I found within range of it, and it has this amazing lava planet here. And look at that thing. There's another one next to it, but it's not as impressive. But just look at that thing. I haven't been to visit it yet. There's I'm just building an outpost down here, but I've barely done anything. So yeah. So what I might do is I'll head to the colony ship. I'll pick up some stuff to deliver. Nope, that's not what I wanted. What I wanted was this one. View ship. Off we go. Yeah. Yeah, I felt a little guilty though, because Dad rang me up at one point. He's like, I'm on and I'm going to deliver some CMM composites to your station. And he's like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh, I'm just watching something online, which was not a lie, but I was also playing Elite on my other account at the same time.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. It's just, when I play with him, I spend a lot of time watching his screen and helping him out with bits and pieces. And I just wanted to have a productive session of delivering stuff. So.
Makes sense.
Alright. How's your friend's one that you were helping out with?
He is doing it, was doing it as part of a squadron, and they told him to stop at somewhat random percentage, which I don't know from the top of my head.
Huh. That's weird.
I didn't ask for reasons. He just told me that he was told to stop, so I came back to my side of the bubble and continue hauling for my system client.
Nice.
Which I haven't done a lot, like I delivered like what, 5, 6? Yeah, 5 loads. So it's like at 5%.
Yeah.
But I got a lot of time to do it, so it's fine. Still more than 3 weeks.
Yes, yeah. Well, you claimed it, what, last Sunday?
Yep.
So yeah, 3.5 weeks. More or less.
All systems.
And it was a tier 2 one, wasn't it? It was a quad truss Coriolis. Yep. Yeah. Easy. I mean, not easy. There's still sub-effort involved, but easy to do in a 4-week time frame at least.
Even solo, yes. Don't have to sit here 4 to 6 hours a day to haul stuff.
Yeah.
This can be done during playing with you on stream. Easily. Even if you were not to help.
Yeah, I'll help out a bit. I want to take a close look at this big lava planet anyway, so I'm going to deliver something to my outpost build and then take a close look at that. And then I might sort of alternate between delivering stuff to your one and delivering stuff to my system I'm working on building up.
Huh.
If it's worthwhile putting it up. I worked out, I think I delivered 2 loads to that ground port so far, and that did 3%. So each load seems to be roughly 1.5%. It's a little bit better than a Type 2 station, but for a port, I guess. So it's still going to be a bit of work though. So I've been debating just throwing a orbital installation in and then building the refinery, using the tier 2 point from that to build the refinery hub first.
Oh.
And then finish off the port. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. I hope this planet is as impressive looking in person as it looked on that like system scan, system map.
Usually is.
Opening map.
I've seen it before. Granted, that was like thousands of light years from here, but still.
Yeah, most of the volcanic worlds seem like they've got sort of light volcanism going, you know. That one looks like it's
usually
just
due to the closeness of to the star.
That one also looks like it's massively volcanic. Like in the early stages of its development before it cools down and becomes a proper planet.
Well, either that or, as I said, the planet could be too close to the parent star and it's just being torn apart by tidal forces.
I suppose that's true too, yeah. I wonder if you can get a heavily volcanic planet that's neither of those, is just massively volcanic for some reason. I'd assume it's probably possible.
Well, probably yes, if the planet gets hit by a large enough asteroid that can kick off major volcanic activity. Even if the planet was stable before. Stable-ish.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what happened on Earth, actually. With the extinction of dinosaurs, the Earth went into a heavy volcanic period.
Yeah, a huge rock
For a while.
smashing into it would agitate a lot of things, I imagine.
Yep. If it's sufficiently big, yes.
Yep.
There is actually a theory that the moon was created by a planet smashing into Earth. It's basically the moon is basically a part of Earth that got thrown out of Earth.
Yeah, a whole
The
bunch
planet
of
smashed.
yeah, a whole bunch of material thrown off and then eventually
Yep.
coalesced together.
It's not confirmed, but there is supporting evidence that could have been the case.
Would have to be fairly large chunks, I think, to create the moon, right?
Oh yeah.
Like otherwise you'd end up with a ring of smaller particles, none of which are big enough to bind together.
If I remember correctly, they said that the planet that smashed into Earth was Mercury-sized, but don't quote me on that.
That would be a bad time. People on either planet.
Obviously.
Alright. 10 units needed. 335. This is most of the very small stuff. I feel like those might be purchasable out further in a refinery system. Not sure about water though. Let's top up with water. There we go.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Alright. Yeah. It's interesting with your friend that they wanted them to stop at a certain percentage of the build.
I mean, it seemed weird to me as well, but I guess here we are.
Was it a relatively high percentage or?
When I last docked, it was at 48%. I don't know if he has done more or not.
I could see a high percentage, right? That would kind of make sense because then just like maybe they were using it to maybe they're another system someone wanted to claim, and they wanted to wait until that person was on before they finished it, so it didn't get sniped. A 48% would seem too low for that, unless he got it up significantly higher.
I don't know. Last I've seen him stream, he was at the collection point with his carrier, so he might have delivered some more in the meantime. I don't know.
Okay.
I left when he told me that he doesn't want me to haul anymore.
Fair enough. Just thinking it through my head and trying to figure out if there's some mechanic I don't know about. Like,
I can't think of anything. If there is one, I can't think of anything.
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
Alright, off we go. It's actually, I mean, oh well, you know, I'll say it on stream, I guess. There's actually quite a number of relatively nice systems that are sort of now within range over where we are, due to our efforts mostly. There is one or two other people that seem to be building out there now as well, I've noticed.
Yeah, I've seen that. Not sure if they went for the system I was eyeing,
Vectors.
but I guess.
Even if they do claim on the system you're eyeing, I think there's quite a few nice systems just with an easy range of, like yeah, that's. It's quite nice sort of expanding into a pristine bit of space.
Frameshift drive charging.
Boom, 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 boom. How many jumps I got to go? 2. Yeah, it's a bit, little tight on the fuel, but not too bad.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
Yeah, none of the
Warning.
systems that I have bookmarked have been claimed, so I guess either they don't want them or haven't found them yet.
Yeah. I think there's just a reasonable abundance of choice out here now, so.
Yeah, that is true.
Drive charging.
I mean, I was just being nosy and jumping around a bunch of systems going like, and then I found this and I was like, ooh, wait.
Leaving system.
And there's a nice name too.
Yeah,
It's,
those
hey,
don't come in a plentiful supply.
Low
How's-
fuel.
yeah. How's your day going there? So you having a good time? Just a colonization ship. Why did that not change? System. Oh, so we already had it locked, didn't we? That's why we picked it off the mission. Fuck. So we accidentally unlocked it. Alright, off we go. System colonization ship. So we're going to head in here, and then we're probably going to create a satellite thing, and we're going to alternate running between the satellite build and the previous system I claimed before this, and Ed's, helping out with Ed's, Coriolis station he's building, which is going to be fun. I could probably give this a little boost, I guess. Boost, yeah. We've triggered the NOS. There we go. And we've overshot.
Yeah, the only, well, it's currently only, not good thing about my system is that the colonization ship, is 22,000 light seconds from the star.
Oh, that's fine. I've done longer than
I mean,
that.
it's not, yeah, I mean, I have two, like, but yes, but still, you know. Makes it a little more bothersome than necessary.
Yeah. I'll probably just run some of the bigger stuff from that other place we found.
Yeah, sure.
I'll leave the fiddly stuff from the...
All the fiddly stuff is almost done, but yeah.
Yeah.
Almost meaning I am like 8,000 units away from to the fiddly small stuff that being done. Then it's the big one, like 20, 34, 46,000 is the sum of the big things.
Yeah.
Deliver.
Oh, there's a pirate after me. His name's Rude Boy. But he's been confused by how many times I've overshot the colonization ship. So, it's technical flying. What were you saying, sorry?
All I said was kill them with rockets.
Ah,
An
well,
unoriginal joke.
yeah. Kill them with modern fire.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I'm already at the colonization ship.
It
I'm
will be
not...
slightly hard to shoot him with a flamethrower in space.
Yes, there's that.
Docking request granted.
I imagine if you could put some superheated rounds into like an enemy ship's oxygen supply tank, that would be quite effective.
Oh yes, but that's no longer fire. It's
Yeah.
launched from your ship anyway. Yeah, if you are using the enemy's oxygen supply, then yeah, well, fine. Technically that is fire, but you know. At that point they are blowing up anyway.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Or, you know, they're venting all the oxygen out into space, and in which case they're pretty much screwed regardless, so...
Yes, pretty much.
Right, there we go. System colonization ship. It's nice to see it move like that. I actually created the military outpost this time. Like what outpost type have I not created?
Okay.
It's just because, you know, like I had created a military outpost, so it was like...
Sure.
Alright, so what we want to do here is go system map.
Closing cartography.
Fine, we'll do it the voice attack way. Open system map. Open system map.
Displaying map.
Thank you. Let's go have a close look at this. This world that we decided to continue. Basically, we claimed the whole system for this one planet.
Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. NOS activated.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Oh no, we didn't overshoot. It is pretty close to the sun. I think your theory is probably correct here.
What is its orbital period? Or how far is it from the sun actually? Or the star?
Yeah, the star. I will tell you shortly. Let's go around to the let's go around to the light side of the planet so we get a bit of lock. It is a lot of lava. Look at that. It's like entire continent-sized patches of lava.
Yep.
Alright. Open system map.
System map.
So, what do we get? Planetary information. Ships. I haven't really done a full scan of this system though, so it was 2.21 G's gravity. Surface temperature is 3,948 Kelvin. Its orbital period is 2.9 days. I'm not sure which one tells me its distance from the star.
Click on the star and it will tell you the
That's a
distance.
good point. 18.3 light seconds from where I currently am.
That's fairly far. Now, depending on how big the star is.
I mean, I kept flying after while I was doing all that though, so could be, yeah.
Oh, I mean, plus or minus 2 light seconds, it's fine.
Alright.
Also, if you were interested, 3,948 Kelvin is about 3,674 Celsius.
Alright. So, basically, if you were to build on the surface of that planet, your buildings would need heat sinks. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, before anything else got delivered, the heat sinks would have been to be first.
What's this one I want? Yeah. Okay, wait. Why does that keep doing that? Just humming under my breath, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna open your messages, your chat window. It's like, what is voice attack think I'm saying? So I said under my breath, boom, 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 boom. And voice attack recognized the phrase open comms, apparently.
Vectors.
Like, I have no idea how it got that. Oh, that's just ridiculous.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
Alright, drink. Do not fly into the sun. We learned from ancient Greek myths that that is bad.
Frameshift drive charging.
This is a good find. Rural gateway. And we're in this nice close system. Actually, even though it was only like 4 jumps fully loaded from the colonization mega ship on my other account, I still had a look to see if I could find a closer one. And I did. Someone has a similar system that they've developed over there that was 2 jumps away. With a big tier 3 refinery starport. Orbis. It's quite convenient that all these places that are popping up. Alright. Sound bug? Oh, just a delay apparently. Oh, there we go. Well, that's happening. Do I need a galaxy map?
That's already done.
White cook. Set up some sort of space installation. Should we work? Should we set something up here? That way we give this an actual, give Donuts Gateway an actual economy type. So satellite doesn't change anything. Communication satellite doesn't change anything. Space farm will push the whole thing towards agricultural, which isn't the end of the world. Mining outpost would push it towards extraction. But then when we do refinery, the extraction stuff will largely be consumed by the refinery system, that's my understanding. And this one does high tech, which I really don't think we want, because then we do refinery, the high tech stuff will probably consume the refinery output. Maybe we don't bother with pushing a thing just yet. Or maybe, I think the only one that would probably work well would be agricultural, because I don't think it would consume much of the refinery output, or vice versa. We could do agricultural there. The station would become an agricultural refinery station eventually. Provided the economy types stay similar to how they've been working in the past. Apparently I can also build a military one. Oh. Yeah, no, I can't build anything. Installation relay system. Medical. Push it towards high tech. Research station. Push it towards high tech. Bar. Push it towards tourism. Let's do this. So that should now be here. Cool. So polymers and semiconductors and stuff can all be picked up here. Copper, steel, titanium. There are a lot of steel at the moment.
Cargo hold at maximum
Alright.
capacity.
Id system. Can I delete this bookmark from here?
No, you have to go to the bookmark list. I think.
I have to go to where, sorry? The bookmark.
Which one, which bookmark you are trying to delete? The system colonization ship or which one?
Yeah, the system colonization ship. It was for your old.
Yeah, you will have to go to the bookmark management screen, which is the last item on the left. Yeah,
Nice.
in that column.
This one? Okay. System colonization ship. Ah. There we go. I need to go through some of these, because some of these are now no longer relevant, because other people have claimed a bunch of the worlds are bookmarked.
Yeah.
Alright. So that's where I'm currently building, I guess. And that is its system there. I mean, I'll bookmark your new colonization ship when I get to the system, so... Could probably bookmark it from here, actually. I've been in the system before.
If you can see it on the system map, yes. If not, then no.
If I've been in and I've scanned the system before, would the colonization ship show up if it wasn't there at the time? Yeah, bash me into the wall, auto
I
docking.
think so.
Oh, almost bash me into the wall. Not quite. At least we can find out. Oh, yeah. There it is. Add to bookmarks. I'll add that to favorites. Right next door to, yeah, sort of right next door to a volcanic wheel, but not on it. Damn, every time I see this, it's such a nice system.
Yeah. It has a lot of locations to build.
Yeah. You could be busy there for quite a while.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can get enough building points to build in every single location. Well, and to build anything useful to the spots, but other than that, yeah, it has a lot of places to build.
No,
To be more specific, it has 75 space locations and 71 surface locations.
yeah, that's
Navigation for next system.
bigger than anything I've claimed, I'm pretty sure.
Hopefully.
I think my top ones are in like the 50-60 range.
That's still huge.
Yeah, I know. Well, we fly around the sun, let's take a quick look. Yeah, which one? So, yeah, okay, 50s. There's one like 53, 37, and then 55, 32, and then 57, 53, which is the one I'm working on at the moment, building up. It's my biggest system. But none of the systems are tiny in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah.
I have nowhere near such big systems as you have. Like the biggest one is the first one, well, apart from this one. But the first one was my largest, so 48 and 32.
Yeah.
The rest is really small. Like 23, 15, 17, 4, 9, 7, 10, 0, 3, 0, 3, 0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a lot of transitional systems.
Yeah. That's alright, you had your eye on specific systems and you're going after them.
Yeah, I wish I could relinquish the claim on the systems that I'm fairly sure I'm never going to do anything in.
You mean the couple of ones on the way that just had outposts in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can add outposts, but I don't really have the construction. I don't have a way to get the construction points to build anything else. Especially in the two systems that just have 3 space locations. That's it.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
what am I supposed to do with that?
I might consider one of the one. Well, if I was in your shoes anyway, I would consider the one that you built the Coriolis station in. That had other orbital things around the star. I consider putting something in there to tweak the economy of it, maybe. But then it may just be that it will they'll do something where this particular star drives our economy type anyway. So
Yeah. I'll probably wait with building anything additional except for the first system. I knew I wanted to be that. I wanted that to be a tourist system. I'll probably wait with the rest when the economies get stabilized.
yeah,
Unless they get stabilized into something stupid like unmanageable, which unfortunately possible.
You could troll people with some stuff though, like that one we were just talking about, like the Courier station with the 2 other pigs. Set up 2 extraction installations, and then people show up and they'll be like, "It's a mining system." Wait, what are they mining?
Yeah, exactly.
We're mining the sun.
I mean, if you have a way to extract stuff from the stars, you would be busy for millennia on end.
Whole bunch of dwarves from Deep Rock Galactic down there in spacesuits with like pickaxes.
More like vacuum cleaners,
Yeah.
because you know, plus the stars are mostly made of plasma. But yes.
I was watching a anime that I can't pronounce the name of. Was one of the new ones that came out. It's about this kid who like they have like skill levels, right? Like so from G to triple S rank, and triple S rank is so rare that it's considered legendary. Like people aren't even convinced that exists, right? And he doesn't know it, but all his combat skills are G ranked. You can't even kill a basic slime. Every other like crafting or mining, everything like that is triple S rank on this.
Okay.
So we went into this dungeon as a porter for these people, and they were like, and things went wrong, and they were trapped by like iron, like dragon golems and stuff. And he was like, "Oh, I can take care of these," and he just hops amongst them with his knife, and basically takes them apart because it's considered like a mining activity instead of a combat activity.
Yeah.
And like it went mining with some other person, and like they were like the time they dug a hole like 4 foot deep, he'd built an entire mining shaft like reinforced with buttresses that went all the way through a mountain. It was just like, wait, what? And he thinks it's completely normal. Like they set up a, like they put this claim on, she put this claim on the land, and she set up a tent, and she's looking for someone to help. And she's like, "I'm just gonna go back to town and sell some of the stuff we found." And then she comes back, and he's basically built an entire like quite advanced log cabin in like the 12 hours she's been gone. Yeah.
When you're good at something, don't do it for free, I guess. And do it en masse.
Yeah, and then they were like finding crystals, and she was like, "I should go sell them." And he's like, "Oh no, I'll turn these into mana crystals first." And she's like, "Wait, there's only like 10 people in the country that can infuse mana into crystals." And he's just like, whoop, does it in like 10 seconds later. And she's like, "I thought this was supposed to take hours." And it turns out he put 10 times the amount of mana into them that would normally be held.
Yeah. Some skills seem useless until they aren't, and then they're OP. That's how most animes and things like this go, actually. I have the feeling.
There's been a lot of them lately, you know. I got kicked out of the Heroes Party type ones. Like, it seems to be a theme of animes lately.
Yeah.
And then it turns out my skills were actually OP and no one knew. It's like, it's been it's a new like isekai type thing. It's been done a bit to death now. Boom, 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 boom.
Disengaged.
Construction services. There we go. All right. Now you only need 18,000, 19,000 steel, basically.
Cool.
Yeah. Should be done in no time. All right. Go back here. Construction.
I didn't look at my fuel levels and I crashed. Crashed out of Super Cruise because, you know, fuel was not sufficient to drive.
Do you need me to come rescue you? Or?
It wasn't sufficient for Super Cruise overcharge. It is fine for
Okay.
regular
Yeah.
Super Cruise.
Cool. Alright, let's bring up paint.
But if you wanna laugh, where is Discord? Discord.
I'll have a
Your
look at this again.
feel free to show that on stream.
Alright. So, downtown different ridges. Slim membrane, steel, titanium. Alright. Let's see. Discord. Oop. There we go. You have a sliver of fuel there.
Yep.
Oh, it's basically what happened to Dad when I first told him, when I first showed him Super Cruise overcharge. I wasn't even trying to get very far. I was like, you know, it was like 3,000 light seconds or something. I was like, you can press tab, by the way.
Yeah.
We put a FCO. And he's like, all right. And then, yeah, and then he just, yeah. Basically keep trying to do it and ran out of fuel. And I was like, all right. And he's like, oh no, I'm out of fuel. And I'm like, you got 5% left. Just fly back normally. Don't hit tab, you'll be fine.
Funnily enough, the amount of fuel I have is still not the lowest fuel I have ever flown on. The lowest was at one time I had 0 in fuel reserves, and I was flying only in what was in tank, and I made it to where I was going when the progress bar was between F and U.
Nice.
Like if it was, I don't know, 100 light seconds further, I probably wouldn't get there. Well, maybe some more than 100, but you know, still.
Yeah. So anyway, let me tell you about my experience playing with Dad the other day, because it's quite funny. We were down doing the community goal, and I'd taken them down there on the fleet carrier. And I was like, oh, I want to go back and do, like, I'm going to go back and do some stuff for my station. He's like, oh no, I'll come and help out. Right. He's like, I can help out with that. Like, yeah, yep, cool. And so, went to go and do that. And I was like, I'll probably leave the carrier down here. I was like, and you can probably, what I should have done is I should have just got him to hop on my ship and given him a ride back to where his thing was, right? But he was like, oh, I'll just buy, because my carrier's only got like 30 tons of tritium left in it. I gotta go and make a tritium supply run to it at some point.
I mean, same. If you have the
Exit
time,
destination
deliver some to
confirmed.
mine as well.
Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, and then so I was like, all right, I need to. I was like, so I'm just gonna go to my carrier. I'm gonna get, like, I think on that account it was my Asp Explorer. I was like, and I'm gonna go and fly back over. And then so I flew over, and then I was like, I got back over here and I was like, you know, my cargo ship is on the, alright, I'll just have it shipped over. It was 7 million and 90 minutes to ship. I was like, it's fine. And Dad was like, I'm just gonna buy, because he's like, I'm just gonna buy a ship to come across, and he chose a Type 6. And I'm like, yeah, it's fine, Type 6 is fine.
Frameshift now
And then it seemed to be taking him forever. And I was like, you know what? Why don't you check and see where your
scanning for anomalies.
engineers are? I've unlocked. I'm like, oh, you got Felicity Faster unlocked. You should probably go there, and then we can pin a pattern for engineering for longer jump range, and then you can probably apply it to your Type 9. And he was like, all right, that was like 40 jumps, and I was like,
Jesus.
and I was like, going like, what's going, like, what's, and I was, yeah, what's going on? I was like trying to figure out if he'd set economy for routing or something in the thing.
Yeah, that was my first thought.
Yeah. What happened was that he brought the Type 6 and he had gone and done the outfitting, and I wasn't quite paying attention, and he put like a big fuel scoop on it and a few other things that we told him about. He forgot to upgrade the frameshift drive. So he was running an E-rated frameshift drive. And so like, he was stopping a few places along the way whenever he found a system with decent population, trying to find a better frameshift drive. Eventually we got him an A-rated frameshift drive, and it was like much better. We got there, we pinned stuff, and then yeah, and then we're like, he could only do the grade 1 crafting because he just didn't have mats really.
Gotcha.
But yeah, and so then we got him back to his Type 9, and we did the grade 1 stuff on there. And then he was going like, he didn't even know how he was supposed to build the outpost he had created in his system. So I was showing him how to fight, like there was a system construction, like, satellite there that he could land on and stuff. It was like a 4-hour gameplay session where he delivered, where he was supposed to be coming over to help me deliver to my thing, and he delivered nothing. Took 4 hours to get him sorted. He has delivered stuff since, but not a huge amount. But it's fine. And yeah, so it was yeah, just one of those. It's one of those things where I spend a long time. You spend a lot of time explaining things to him and paying attention to his screen because he's confused about something, and I was just not being very efficient. So I decided to leave him to do his own thing yesterday and just do mine. But I'll go back and play with him again maybe later this afternoon or something. The gateway. Alright, I'm gonna, there's literally only have 2 viewers at the moment, so I'm just gonna run a 3-minute ad break while I come into dock here. So not pre-roll so people coming back into the channel. And those 2 viewers are probably you and me.
Probably.
So I don't think
Sorry, but probably.
yeah, no, it's fine. I don't think those ads will impact anyone. I had more earlier, Had up to 7 at one point. I must not have been entertaining enough for them to hang around. But that is alright. Boom, boom, boom. Bloody gateway. The viewer count jumped up to 4 and then dropped to 2 again, which is probably like 2 people came in and heard me say I must not have been entertaining enough for people to hang around, and we're like, oh well, we're out, which is kind of funny. Shouldn't stab myself in the foot like that, but still.
I mean, I still see 4, but yeah.
Maybe the viewer count I'm looking at is going a little bit haywire. Who knows?
It's known to be unreliable. Documented, known, so it won't be unreliable, so it's fine.
Yeah. I don't pay that much attention. Like, it sounds like I'm paying very close attention to it, but I don't generally. Like,
Yeah,
just,
you really don't.
yeah.
Incoming call.
I can confirm to any potential viewer still hanging in chat. He does not pay attention to that. I've played hundreds of hours with him.
Yeah. Well, no, the reason I try not to pay close attention to it is because, as you say, it's unreliable. You don't really know if it's accurately counting people. It takes a while to update as well. So, like, if you pay close attention to it, like, you're like, oh, I've got no one watching me, then you don't talk. And then by the time you realize someone is watching you, they've already come and gone because you weren't being entertaining.
Yep, exactly.
So you just...
Also, some viewers don't, like me, don't like it when they are being stalked by the streamer that actually looks at who is in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, I am not...
I don't like it.
I don't even know how you tell who... I know it must be possible to tell who's in your chat, but I have no idea how you go about doing that.
There is an icon on the top right that's like two persons. Says community, and then there it lists who is in your chat.
Oh, okay. I have never done that.
Well, now you know.
Yeah. For individuals, I need 66 of this thing.
Yeah, I have had several instances where I've popped into some random streamer chat and they just, within few minutes they looked into the thing I just described, and they singled me out by saying something. I don't usually mind it if they do it, but I don't like it.
So, can they see your actual name doing that, or...?
Yeah, no, they see my nickname, yes.
Ah. You know, that's not cool. Why would you do... Jesus, don't do that to people.
Yeah.
Like, that would be horrible.
Yeah.
Cellular membrane.
I mean, most of the time I was the only viewer anyway, so like they weren't singling me out of like 10 or 15 people, but
yeah,
you know, still not cool.
Yeah, no, not cool. That. Ooh. We need 47 copper. Let's grab that.
Now, me being me, I just stuck around and chatted a little bit now that I've been called out, but yeah, I didn't stick around long.
Yeah, no, it would definitely make people run. I absolutely see that.
Yeah.
And I would never do that to anyone. Not be like, hey, Bob Smith, welcome to the channel.
Wouldn't that be hilarious if there was a Bob Smith right now in the chat?
So the channel's like, I've been called out. I was like, how did he know my real name? That was an example. If there is a Bob Smith in the channel watching, I did not know you were in the channel. I had no idea. What am I buying? Polymers. How many polymers did I need? 226. And there's always steel and titanium and other stuff. Anything else here? We do need some. We've already read the copper. No ceramic composites. They don't. We don't need any super semiconductors. Other thing we're working on. We'll just grab steel, I guess.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Oh. Nope, not that one. We actually want this one. There we go. So yeah, no, I'd definitely not call people out, right? Like that would be extremely rude. I have no idea why any streamer would do that. That's just gonna make any introverted viewer just run away. Probably make me run away if someone did that and I was in their channel.
Yep. It is a little weird. I will have to agree.
No, I only say hi to the people that actually chat.
Yep. That's a good way of doing it.
Yeah.
If they announce themselves, they clearly at least expect interaction.
Yeah. Not that I don't appreciate the lurkers, because I absolutely do. They're like
Yes.
part of the backbone of the whole thing, but you know, if they just want to lurk and that's what they want to do, that's fine. Just lead them to it. Alright. Off we go. Handed.
Vectors.
Good thing about these space installations is, you know, one hand-in is about, what, 10% or something like that?
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in
It's
5,
actually
4,
1.0349%. If you were interested.
For your one?
For more useless for more useless information, subscribe. Okay, I'll shut up.
Oh yeah, that's for your one though. Like, so I'm gonna alternate between yours and this space satellite installation I put in.
Yeah.
And they are relatively quick to build. By far the quickest thing and you can build in the system.
Yeah, it also, the number also only applies to me delivering things. You having
Slightly less
like
cargo.
30 something less cargo. It's not that percentage exactly.
Yeah.
Engaging exit protocols.
Boom, 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 boom. I mean, the place we were just at had grain and other stuff as well, so they must also be running an agricultural sub-economy, I guess.
Navigation for next system.
Which makes sense. This is that whole supply-demand side of the economies that
Scanning
Commander Meekin talked about in some of his videos.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
So it's like, right, I don't want to put in a high-tech satellite thing, because then if I make the thing refinery, the refinery goods will be consumed by the high-tech side. There's not much point putting in the like extraction economy either, because once you put in refinery, it'll consume all the extraction goods. So Provided it
Yeah.
still works that way in like 2 months' time, but I got to assume it will. My dog's going ballistic at the neighbours, so I have to get it back inside in a moment.
Well, my vacation actually starts tomorrow. Technically today.
Oh, nice.
I'll be off work until the 5th. It's like, what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, close to it.
Oh, not a complete 2 weeks, but yeah.
Yep. So you got your friend coming up this weekend. You're going to do the whole tour around the place. And then have some more time off after that, just yeah.
She actually said that she'll be arriving to my city around 7:30 a.m. So yeah, that's going to be hard. Which, 7 a.m. is usually when I go to sleep, not wake up, let alone be productive.
Yeah.
I guess I go sleep like earlier or sleep during the day. I don't know yet. I haven't decided. I'm sure I'll be fine. I still have to prepare a room for her, so she has a room to sleep in.
Yeah.
Because she'll go home on Sunday. I decided.
Is she coming from far away or?
Define far away. In New Zealand terms, probably not. In Slovakia terms, yes.
Fair enough.
Docking request granted.
Boom, 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 boom.
Deployed.
I brought a Type 8 on my other account as well. To fill in that 90 minutes while I was waiting for my ship to be shipped over. So I got it close to 400 tons of cargo and did a couple of runs with it. The one thing I noticed is that it slows down out of the Super Cruise overcharge so much quicker. Like, you don't tend to overshoot anywhere near as much. Which is nice. But it just doesn't carry enough, quite enough cargo to make it worth it. Yeah, I just brought it because, I had 1.5 billion that I wasn't doing anything with.
Oh, yeah. What's the point of money if you're not spending them?
Yeah.
Even if virtual.
I didn't have really any of the new ships on that account, so I was like, alright, we'll grab the Type 8 and have a play.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, back we go.
4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Does carry a lot of cargo for a medium ship landing pad though.
Safety limits. Frameshift drive charging.
Alright.
2 days ago, or well, last couple
Leaving
days,
system.
I ran into a video of a commander that was doing colonization.
Alright.
With the added twist that he was doing it with all of his accounts that he has in Elite, and he was doing it on one PC. Like he was running 4 accounts at the same time and just filling up the type. All of them were type 9s, and just circling back and forth the colonization station and his carrier. Like, okay, that's next level madness, even in my books.
How does that work? Because you got to kind of like... I mean, I could see maybe doing 2, like, accounts simultaneously, because there's, like, auto-docking and stuff gives you a little bit of downtime, but you could be doing something with a different thing, you know? But, like, 4 seems crazy.
Yep, he was pretty much doing what you just said. He had the docking computer on all of them, and while one was docking, he was driving the other one. While he was docking the second one, he was driving the third one. Then the first one was taking materials and just circling it in this manner. He was quite busy the whole time. Like he had no downtime, obviously.
Yeah. But I feel like you would be still have very little downtime just with 2 or even 3. Like,
Well, not if you're doing it through carrier. Like you don't need to jump between systems. The target location is like right there. You know.
I suppose that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, if he was jumping between systems, it could be hard. But when it was like just going back and forth like 10,000 miles, that's
Yeah.
nothing. 10 million miles. Sorry.
Yeah. Every system has 4 commanders listed for the handlers. They're all him.
Well, technically yes. Now, technically, this is against TOS. If he was to put the commanders into a wing or share money between them, but he actually asked FDev support if it's okay what he's doing. And few emails back and forth. Basically, the long story short is that he can do pretty much whatever he wants as long as the accounts are in solo mode.
Yeah, fair
Except the
enough.
sharing money thing, you know.
Yeah.
They said that they are aware that he's doing it, but as long as he's not sharing resources or putting them into wing, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, like, it'd be a little bit hard to to ban someone for breach of TOS if they're literally coming to you and saying, hey, I'm planning on doing this with a breach TOS. I mean, the options there is either no, in which case you can't ban them, or yes, in which case the person probably wouldn't do it and you can't ban them. So,
Yep, exactly. I think it's good that he got the confirmation anyway. Like, why risk it if you're not sure?
yeah, get 4 accounts banned.
Yeah. Now he has a paper trail that I see. I was allowed to do this. I have done nothing else but whole stuff to this singular station, built
Yeah,
in like two minutes. It doesn't matter, but I did.
yeah. Alright, I will be back in a
Not
minute.
2 minutes, but 2 hours, but whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I just need to use the bathroom, so I'll be back shortly. Alright. Alright, I'm back. Starport services.
As you wish.
What was actually useful? Alright.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Alright. System colonization ship. There we go. Oh, so I went into the wrong thing, didn't I? Not starting soon, that one. Sure, I clicked on that one. Must have scrolled up or something. Alright, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. So many jumps. 3 jumps to id system.
Frameshift drive charging.
We'll deliver more steel.
You have left the no-fire zone. Safe travels, Commander.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Off we go.
Engaging exit protocols.
So for anyone who's come and joined in who's not aware of what we're up to, I am helping Ed build his Coriolis station in the big system he's claimed, and I'm also working on building some stuff in one of my own systems. So it's sort of alternating back and forth with each run.
Navigation for next system.
So I started with a ground port, but it's going to take too long, and I want to try and get a refinery system up and running. So I switched over to building a orbital thing, which should make my Coriolis over in my system I'm working on into an agricultural system, and then we'll use the construction point we got from that to build a refinery hub underneath. And hopefully end up with a refinery agricultural economy going on.
Vectors.
Phoebe is after me. She wants my loot. My steel.
Temperature critical.
Now.
Safety limits.
She cannot have it.
Taking heat damage.
Alright. Alright. There we go. Don't know what happened to Ed. He might have gone off to have a little Like,
No, I'm still here.
oh, okay. I thought maybe you'd wandered off to have like a snack break or something while I was BRB.
I just didn't hear anything to respond to.
Fair enough.
Sorry if I missed something. I was reading something on the other screen.
No, you're fine. Oh, I know it's heading towards winter because the cat comes inside more often now. Can't be cold enough to be impacting you yet, but Bod, you got a huge fluffy coat. So yeah, I'm just not overcome with heat exhaustion anymore, so I can actually do stuff. Come in and headbutt your feet. We should go around this gravity well. Doop, 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 doop.
More random tidbits of information while you're not yapping.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I was diagnosed in an issue today, well, past few days. And I got frustrated that I couldn't read. Well, I could, but it wasn't highlighted. Like the code on Reddit that is in responses to post wasn't like syntax highlighted.
Yeah, that's annoying that.
Yeah, and my uh, lazy ass was like, is there an extension that does this? Or is this a user script? Well, I couldn't find any. Few hours later, I had made one.
I like how you're like, my lazy ass thought, and then you're like, you couldn't find something, so you just coded it up yourself. It's the opposite of lazy, Ed. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, if you look at it from a non-programmer view, yes. If you look at it from a programmer view, technically no. You are aware of the what is it called? Like engagement from like a programmer view and from a non-technical person view. The technical person view, their engagement with the project just goes in a straight line up to the right, and the programmers goes like there is a huge amount of effort at the start, and then it basically flatlines because everything is automated.
Yes. Yeah. There's also...
Granted, this doesn't provide me anything, but now I can read Reddit easier. Well, code blocks on Reddit easier.
I think the one I always remember is the XKCD one, which was XKCD, how long
It
to
might
automate...
have been XKCD that, as well, yeah.
I think this one is a different one. So it's like, yeah. Is it worth the time? I'll send you the link, right? It's like, how long can you work on making a routine task more efficient before you're spending more time than you're saving across 5 years?
Yeah.
I'll flick it to you in Discord. There you go.
That number looks familiar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's always the one I think back to is
Interesting
like
that I recognized it by the ID, but sure.
by the ID. Nice.
Well, I've seen it often enough, so it did seem familiar.
Yeah. Some of those ones get around a fair bit.
Yep.
He makes some classic ones like the old exploits of ummm. Have you seen that one?
Exploits of a mom?
Yes.
Or by a mom?
Exploits. Oh wow, I think it's called of ummm, but it's essentially the same thing.
I don't think I've seen that one. Feel free to link it to me.
You may have seen the actual thing, but just not recognise the name. It's one of my more favourite ones. I think it's one of the more famous ones as well. Yeah.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah. SQL injection attack by your child's name. Yeah.
That was quite funny when I first saw it. Still is.
Yeah.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Good old Bobby tables.
Yep. Little Bobby tables. Alright.
Fox wasn't paying attention and bought more water than I needed.
Oh well.
God damn it.
If you're already in flight, you can drop the water off to one of my ones.
Too late, already sold it.
Oh, no worries.
Frameshift drive charging.
I was still dogged at the Trailblazer 3, man. I was like, I've got too much, sell it. Even if selling for loss.
I was collecting water for my other station on my other account yesterday, and I wasn't paying attention, and so
Okay.
I ended up at my outpost because I clicked the mission map, like the mission thing, and jumped there instead. This was like watching something on Netflix. It was like just not paying attention to what I was doing. And I got there and I was like, oh, I wasn't meant to come here. I've got like 696 tons of water on board. This outpost only needs like 300 and something tons of water. So I'm supposed to be taking this to my other account's construction ship. And so I was like, damn it. Alright, well, I'll have this and I'll go back and pick up more stuff and more water and take it to the other ship.
Yeah.
So my outpost is currently sitting at 2% because I added in like nearly 400 tons of water, but not a full load of stuff. It's always that water that gets you. Alright.
Frameshift drive charging.
Boom, boom, boom.
Leaving system. Adjusting for jump.
Yeah, about the automation, there
Engaging
is
exit
also
protocols.
comic on XKCD that goes in slightly different direction than the one I described. I sent it to you on Discord.
Ooh, nice. I always enjoy a good XKCD comic.
I'm fairly sure you've seen it, but
I may have done. Who knows? Yeah.
yeah, that's the other possibility that these things can go.
Yeah. Suddenly you developed the whole application, wasn't even the thing you were working on.
Yep. Well, I mean, technically I did spend like 2 hours on something that wasn't work related, but oh well, there you go.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
I also like the comment about standards. Not sure if you've seen that one. Like there is, yeah, there is 7 standards for something. Couple panels later, now there is 8.
Yeah. Have you seen the one about writing quality code?
About writing what code?
Quality code. How to write quality code.
Quality. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Can't recognize it by the name.
It was basically, it was like, it was a flowchart of how you get the quality code, and it was like rapid application prototyping, and then down the bottom of the flowchart, like it had like code is a mess, basically, and then it had waterfall approach down the bottom of the flowchart. It had code is nice, but requirements have completely changed, have to start over. And then it had big question mark leading to application is complete with good quality code.
Yeah. It doesn't seem to be under that name. Yeah, I was searching it under quality code, but that's bullshit result.
Yeah. I know what the actual name of it was, but I remember having a little laugh at that one and being like, yeah, I mean, like, sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, definitely.
Was it you I sent the programming sucks by the thing still drinking too? Like, did you end up reading that one?
I don't actually remember.
Yeah, it might have been a little while back. It was like being a programmer is like this. It's like being like an engineer and you're hired out of school to work on a bridge. He's like, and half the bridge is made of wood because that's what one of the architects will only work in that medium, and the other half of the bridge is, you know, done this way. And it was supposed to be a suspension bridge, but no one could figure out how to get all the suspension bits to work, so that's been done away with.
Yeah.
It's like,
I will try to. Oh, got the link. I have it now on the tab. I will try to read it in next few days.
yeah, I know it's a long read. It is funny though.
Yeah. And it's also old. It's 11 years old.
Yeah, it is. It's old. Part of it, I think, there's one thing I've found, and it's just been my experience, it's probably not universal, right? Is that programming kind of sucks when you work in a company that's all programmers. Because everybody does something differently, and you have to do like things like code reviews, and everyone is like nitpicky about stupid shit. Yeah. Oh, you could have write this this code with like 2 less lines. It's like, yeah, it'll be way less readable. like the next person that comes along is going to have to try to decipher what it's actually doing, and then I have to put comments in to explain it all, and this is just readable and understandable the way it is. And it's like,
yeah, there is time and place to do efficient code versus readable code.
Yeah, I mean,
not sure how much of a programmer you are, but there is this side coding game and they have a multiplayer game. It's called Code Golf, and basically you are given a fairly simple task, and the one of the modes in the Code Golf is shortest code possible. Yeah, I've seen some of the solutions. Like, yeah, you've put like few symbols, and I see a number and I see an X, but that's about it. But it does what it does.
It
What
does.
it's
It
supposed
works.
to.
It works. It's just
I have
yeah.
absolutely zero idea what it does or how it does it, but it does it.
No, that's exactly right. Like, yeah, and like there's places where like, especially like if you're working on maybe a mobile application or something where you want to keep in mind. I mean, I'm not that much of a coder these days. Like I said, I mainly do reports and bits and pieces. So we're starting to get a bit more into some coding side of things with like just minor bits and pieces to do with like Python code and Spark notebooks and stuff like that. But yeah. Here's a very random question.
Hit me.
Where you live, do you have lime flavored milk?
Lime?
Yes. Do you know like you get like
Never heard of such a thing.
oh, interesting. So you know like you get like chocolate milk, strawberry milk, that kind of stuff, where it's just flavored milk. In New Zealand we have lime flavored milk. It's not as popular as chocolate and strawberry and stuff, but I quite like it. And I mean, a lot of other people quite like it.
I've heard of vanilla, strawberry, chocolate, but I don't think I've ever seen a lime flavored one.
Yeah, so yeah, no, it's definitely a thing here. And so I was like, when I raided yesterday into Benny's channel, I was hanging around and watching like the stream while doing other stuff. Like, so when I got some food, came back and they were talking about Minecraft milk, and they're like, it's so great, it's so weird. They brought up this milk, this image of this milk, and I was like, oh, it's lime milk, right? Like, like it looks exactly the same as like the exact same color as like lime milk in New Zealand, like, which is like, again, not a super common thing, but not like, you know, you'll find it in the supermarket. It'll be like branded under Primo Milk or something like that.
Yeah.
And they were like, "How do you have lime milk? Wouldn't the citrus?" And I'm like, "No, it's like just lime flavored milk. Like so you use like strawberry milk or banana milk."
Yeah.
And I was like, so I messaged Minnie because I didn't want to derail the stream too much. I was like, "Is lime milk not a thing overseas? What about lime milkshakes?" And she's like, "No, I've never heard of it. Not saying it's bad though. I could try it out." It's like. I'm like, huh.
Oh yes, I would definitely try it out if I've seen it.
So yeah, I don't know if it was just not in them.
It's an interesting flavor to add to milk of all things.
Yeah. No, it's very much you either really like it or you really hate it type of thing, right? Like, but I mean, there's enough people that like it, me included, that it's still a market for it, I guess, in New Zealand. Like, you know, like lime, and most places that sell milkshakes will do lime flavored milkshakes. I'm pretty sure they don't run through the lime anywhere near as fast as they run through like chocolate, caramel, or banana flavoring. But you know, they do it. And so I was like, I was curious whether or not it was just an American thing that didn't have it, or if it was like more widespread. So it's interesting.
I'm not aware of this thing being a lime flavored milk being a thing. Maybe it's a brand thing, like if the brand that is selling in New Zealand isn't present in Europe or other parts of the world, then maybe that's why. But you know.
Yeah, like there's only one brand that I can think of that sells it at the supermarket, but they're fairly well-known brand of like flavored milk. And then I was like, but then you do have all the places that do milkshakes and that will generally have the option to have a lime flavored milkshake. So that is So like I said, it's not super popular, but it is a thing. So yeah, it's interesting. I wonder if they have it. I imagine they probably have it in Australia as well, because New Zealand and Australia have so much in common in terms of the supermarkets and stuff. But maybe it's a New Zealand Australian thing, I guess.
Landing coupler disengaged. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
So yeah, sorry for the random question. I was just curious.
No, it's fine. Just it's interesting. Like I've never heard of such a thing.
Maybe get visitors from overseas.
Actually, I
so-
just tried searching it on Slovakian Google. There is literally no results for it.
No results, right? I'll send you the same link I sent Minnie. Hold on. Like you don't really see it because it's in the color of it or anything, but copy link.
Acknowledged.
Wait a minute, I see copied link and it goes acknowledged. What?
Okay, I searched up lime milk. Third result. Reddit r/Australia.
Okay, so there's an
Okay,
Australia
sure.
thing, yeah. Alright, Australia, New Zealand thing, yeah.
That's hilarious.
So this is the one I normally see at the supermarkets I sent you. And you can literally see it's at one of our big supermarket shops, which is Woolworths, which is actually...
Opening, but...
Yeah, it's actually Australian-owned supermarket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fairly sure we don't have that brand here.
Yeah.
Not going to speak for the entirety of Europe, but
No, I
definitely
get it.
haven't seen that brand in my local supermarket.
So yeah, it's interesting. Wonder what else, what other foods I take for granted that are just not overseas. What foods other people overseas take for granted that we don't have here.
Yeah, I was just about to say that it definitely goes both ways, probably. Like, I don't even need to go far. When I was talking to my Italian friend, that wasn't fantastic. I was describing, I don't know, kind of meat, if you will, that they don't even have in Italia. I'm not even going to try describe it in English for you, but
are at optimal levels,
yeah.
readying for exit now.
So there are definitely differences between countries, what they have available and whatnot.
Yeah. One of the weirdest things I found, and I don't know, like, I assume that it's probably... I'm assuming this is more of an American thing, but apparently Americans don't really do meat pies.
That doesn't sound right, but possibly.
You know, if you talk to Americans about pies, it's always like pumpkin pie or, you know, apple pie or, you know, something like that. And I'm like, well, what about like steak and cheese pie? And they just get very confused. So if there are any Americans in chat, weigh in on whether or not I've got that right. But
none detected. Isn't that good?
may also depend on which part of America you're in as well, I guess. Like different cuisine, different areas. But I feel like meat pies are probably something that came across from like England to New Zealand, so I thought they would probably...
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, so then I thought that was probably spread, like that's probably, you know, not a thing that would be particularly surprising to most Europeans. Again, try not to like, you know, be like every European country is the same or anything, but like, I figure, like...
Yeah, I get it. Like, I am familiar with meat fights, so yeah, I would have to agree on this one.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's like not really a thing in America. It's weird. At least as far as I know, as far as I've been able to tell.
I don't remember from when I was there and the multiple times I was there, and I didn't have it the last time I was there. But I do remember the deep sauce. Deep sauce that is. What is it made of? It's like cheese and some meaty bits, but I can't recall the name at the moment.
Oh,
So
but
that's what. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is that in their pies? But they consider it like sauce, I guess.
It looks like a pie, but it's obviously warm and you deep uh, chips in it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's chips. It's from they translated from Slovak. I don't know what it's called from in English, but it's basically like when you get a potato, you cut it into thin slices and you roast it with various flavors.
Potato chips, yeah.
Potato chips, yeah.
So we got two common kinds of chips over here. So those potato chip ones we could call potato chips or chippies, right? And then there's like fish and chip style chips as well, you know, like, where they're deep fried.
Yeah, but that's a slightly different thing.
Yeah, like I said, but like the word chips applies to both, right? Like,
Yeah, I know, but yeah.
You sort of gotta do the whole context-based thing to work out whether you're talking about deep fried fish and chip style chips or like purchased in a bag from the supermarket potato chips.
Funnily enough, potato chips actually in Slovaks it's pronounced chipsy.
Chipsy.
I mean, okay, I couldn't get any closer if we tried.
I like that, chipsy.
Yeah. It's not spelled the same way, like, you know, you spell chip with CHIP.
Yeah.
We spell it with a C that has like a reverse apostrophe above it and IP.
Landing gear deployed.
But still.
Yeah. Well, if I ever end up in, Slovakia, I can order potato chips. I won't starve.
You are probably not gonna get them in restaurants. You can definitely buy them in
Like
in
corner stores and
stores, but
stuff, yeah.
you're probably not going to get them in restaurants.
Engines disengaged.
They're just
No.
mostly considered snack, which they basically are.
Yeah. No, same over here. Yeah.
I'm going to. No, that. No, I'm not going to crash. Okay, fair enough.
I mean to come over
I
here.
thought I was because I was boosting out of the mail slot.
Fair enough.
Landing gear retracted.
Oop,
Ship
oop.
released. Engines engaged.
So interesting, yes. The differences between countries. Boom, 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 boom.
Frameshift drive charging.
for space. Checking systems now. Complete.
Boom, boom. Right, where we go?
Key systems are at optimal level. Readying for exit. Now.
Alright, back to Broadley Station, pick up more stuff. Take it somewhere.
Take it on a vacation.
Yeah. Go and pick up some space tourists, tell them to take them on vacation, drop them off at my construction site and be like, get to work!
Free labor. And you are not getting transported away by NPCs. They have been forbidden to come and they will be shut down.
Yeah. Alright. There we go.
Oh cool, I can now cycle between what is it, Brew Station? Oh, Brew Station.
Yeah.
And back with my colonization ship.
Nice, you picked
The
up
trips
all
are
that.
going to be made much less painful.
Yeah. That's definitely a nice improvement.
So yeah, the small stuff is done, now the big 4 things.
Yeah.
Well, 5 things, but yeah.
I just
4.5.
I did just drop off another load of steel at your one, so
Nice,
yeah,
nice.
you only have like 18,000, yeah. Still
Well,
left to
it
go.
was 18,200 last I docked, so I'm guessing it's 17 something.
Most likely, yeah. Alright.
Well, I will know in 400 light seconds when I drop to the colonization ship.
Yeah, I wasn't paying too close to attention. It's like, you
I
definitely
know,
need...
distance is not a time unit, but whatever.
Yeah. so you definitely need a lot of steel. I would just bring steel.
Yeah. That is a safe description.
Yeah.
I need a lot. Yes.
For those people watching, if you...
Fortunately, go ahead.
I was going to say, for those people watching, it turns out if you want to build your own space station, you will need a lot of steel.
And aluminium. And titanium.
Titanium. And, you know, like liquid oxygen and some other stuff. It's probably important to have breathable air up there.
It's interesting that none of them require like any kind of alcohol, but then again, I did haul like 57 tons of fruits and vegetables, so maybe they do. They just make it homegrown.
Yeah. I assume the construction ship crew comes with their own alcohol supply.
That is probably true.
Was one of the things I liked about the Orville, right? Like the TV show. I remember you talking about it at one point.
Oh, Orville, right?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I just like how it was a bit more realistic about human nature than like Star Trek and stuff, right? Like Star Trek's very squeaky clean a lot of the time, and the Orville, like, you know, they'll have a stressful day and they'll go to their room with the, like, you know, fabricator machine that can do anything, and they'll be like,
yeah,
double shot of whiskey.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's what people would be using the machine for.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Double shot of whiskey and pot edibles, thank you.
Well, technically they can go to the mess hall for that, but yes. They also had not sure how far you've watched, so I don't want to spoil you.
Just the
But,
first season at the moment.
First season, okay. Well, I don't remember which season this is what I'm going to say, but I'm going to describe it in general terms, so it doesn't really matter. It won't be a spoiler.
Yeah.
There was an episode where they kind of explored more of the human side of things, if you will.
Yeah.
Like with alcohol, the other indulgence of the human race is prawn. And they had an episode about that, and basically what happened is that one of the officers had this problem, and they almost destroyed the ship. Yeah, so you have that to look forward to if it hasn't happened yet.
I don't recall that episode, but like it's been a while since I watched the first season. I think the end of the first season was the interesting one where they found the planet was phasing in and out, and then when it phased
Oh yeah,
back,
that was interesting. That is going to come back, by the way.
Ah, cool. Yeah, yeah. And they accidentally started a whole religion.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's how religions usually probably get started, but you know. Zero history record, and just some child said this, and thousands of later. Hello, religion.
Yeah. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of burden of proof back in the olden days for some stuff.
Yep.
You know.
Detach confirmed. Departure authorized.
And I fully understand it. Like, there's people were like, it seems to be human nature to try and find explanations to anything. If you don't have the tools to probably understand what's going on, you tend to go towards the supernatural style explanation to stuff, right?
Yep.
You know, thunder is scary. Some god's rage.
Yeah, I also okay. Let me start that again, because I was trying to say three things at once. The first thing is the episode that I referenced earlier is a second season episode, so you haven't seen that one yet.
All right.
The second thing I was gonna say, there is a movie, I think I already mentioned it, but doesn't really matter. It's called The Man from Earth, which actually explores these, partially at least, explores this topic that you just said about, you know, supernatural things. Humans just decided to assign supernatural explanations to natural things. I can highly recommend the movie if you haven't seen it yet. I will send you the title.
Yeah.
And I forgot what was the third thing, so moving on.
You know, even nowadays, right? Like, the average person hates, as far as I can tell, the average person hates admitting that they don't know something, right? Like,
Oh yeah.
and then somebody asks you a question and you go, I don't know. Like, they go, that's not an answer. And you're like, oh, well, no, it is an answer. It's the most honest answer I can give you. I literally do not know why this occurs.
Yeah, exactly. I'm trying not to insult your intelligence by pretending I know something and giving you wrong information.
Yeah.
I'm just admitting I have no knowledge of the thing that you have just asked me.
Yeah. And honestly,
Anyway, I sent you the movie on Discord. Well, whenever you'll have time. So
yeah,
you don't have to watch it now.
I'll try and watch at some point in the next week or two, I guess. Yeah. I like, to be fair, I mean, I don't mind speculating about answers. Like, sometimes, you know, educated guessing and all that.
Oh yeah, that's fine. No.
Yeah. But you have to tell someone you're doing that. You can't pretend to be an expert when you're doing that.
Yeah, that is speculating about answers, which is fine. That's basically philosophy, if you will.
Yeah.
But there is a difference between philosophy and stating something as fact when you don't know and are in
All other systems are at
very
normal
likely
level.
situation of propagating false information.
Yeah.
Okay, and I just autopiloted to the colonization ship instead of Brule Gateway. God damn it.
It's easy to do that when you're like in conversation with somebody,
Yeah,
you're running on
autopilot is bad.
autopilot. Yeah.
I've done these loops so many times that it's second nature.
Yeah. It's exactly what happened to me yesterday with the water, right? It's like,
Yeah.
I'm like, all right, buy the stuff, watching something on the other screen. And I'm like, all right, where am I going? All right, mission. Boom, go there. Then I'll get there. And I'm like, oh, wait, it's not what I intended to do.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I do need water here anyway, just not this much. All right, it's fine.
Ooh, 43 planets. Let's see what is in this system.
It's like when I'm driving and I'm intending to go somewhere, and then I get in the car, I start driving, and I get lost in thought on something, and then I realise I'm halfway to work. That's not where I was intending to go.
Okay.
It's like, God damn it, it's a Sunday. I'm not going to work. Somewhere else.
Yeah, that has definitely happened to me as well. Like I was going somewhere, wasn't thinking, and yeah. Oh, it's a claim system. Oh well. Better luck next time.
Which one's a claim system? Sorry.
As I was going back to the Brule Gateway, I was looking, I was pinging the system, you know, the Discovery scanner,
Yeah.
and it said that it had 43 planets or bodies. I was like, if it's not claimed, what does it look like? It's an interesting system, but unfortunately it is claimed.
Yeah.
And I just didn't check what the type of the star is, and I have no fuel. I am hoping it's fuel scoopable. Okay, thank God, yes it is.
So say
That was close.
most of the ones around here are, yeah.
It was closer than it needed to be, but here we are.
I mean, I would have found somewhere with, you know, fuel limpets or whatever, and
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of a point of pride for me that I never was in a situation to require that. Or self-destruct if I didn't have the option. Like I've never run out of fuel before. In
Yeah.
past, what, 3 years that I've been playing this game?
I think the only time I can remember actually running completely out of fuel was, yeah, first time I was playing with the FCO on the Python Mark II.
Yeah.
I just wasn't paying attention, and it ran through the fuel a lot faster than I expected. And then I was just like, oh well, I was just out cruising around, so I'll just self-destruct and go back to the station. Not a big deal.
Yeah.
But I've come close a couple of times, like when I've been navigating around something. We're gonna get hanged up on these, is it? Oh no. I've come close a couple of times that I've been jumping around, and
That
you
was
end
a
up,
nice dodge.
yeah. There's the autopilot. I was just, yeah. It does still hang you up on stuff on these relatively frequently, but so not sure if that was deliberate or not. But yeah, there's been a few times where I've been like flying from somewhere to somewhere else, and then I'll end up like, and I'll be like, oh, that star wasn't scoopable, the next one's not scoopable, the one after that's not scoopable. Then I'll suddenly realize I'm getting a bit low on fuel. And then like I'll be paying more attention, and like then the next two scars are not scoopable, and I'm like, I've only got a little bit of fuel left. And so I'll be like, and then I have to like stop what I'm doing and then look around for like the closest scoopable star to see if I can make it, or the closest place with like, you know, dockable, refuelable sort of place. And yeah, and that gets, it's been close a couple of times.
Well, that has happened to me as well. Like I have ran out of fuel to jump to my next location I was going, and then I had to search the closest star to jump to that were scoopable. So sometimes it was very, very close. I remember a time where I was searching through the closest stars that were to my location, and I went through like 10, 15 stars, and none of them were scoopable. I was like, okay, I'm running out of stars to check.
Yeah,
I might be in trouble.
there's areas of space, right, that are just like filled with like non-scoopable stars. Like it's just
Yeah, especially when you get out into the outer edges or between the galaxy arms.
yeah.
You know, the spiral arms. There is a distinct lack of scoopable stars.
Indeed. Alright. Back to Bruce Station. Off we go.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage.
Why is someone on my system going, leaders down, repeat, this mission is a bust?
That's an NPC, and well, I don't know, it was a smuggler that tried to sell you whiskey and got found out. That's usually what it goes to.
Frameshift drive charging.
What, someone has sent an infiltration team?
More or less.
I don't mind smugglers bringing in whiskey, that's fine.
Yeah, for you it's fine. From the view of in-game police, not so much.
There should be more ability to set custom rules on what's allowable in my system or not. That'd be kind of nice. I don't think it would hurt system economy too much, like, or like background stuff too much. If you had
Probably
like
not,
custom stuff, you know. Like I know, like the one over there where I've like the new one I've done when I've done the military thing, just because, you know, I was like, I haven't created a military system. Like that's probably gonna be more restricted on what goods it can have available.
Probably.
But like, oh man, how come I should be able to have a military system where I say, actually, you know, alcohol is fine. Military people like to drink on their off time. That's not a problem.
Key systems are at optimal levels, readying for exit now.
Alright. Brew Gateway. Here we go.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Can take advantage of a wing navlog if you want. I am just parking at Brule Gateway.
Ah, that's alright. Probably more efficient, but I'm relatively close anyway.
Loop away then, my kind sir.
I was already looping by the time you said
I know, but you know.
stream delay and all.
Second, yes. Actually, 7, 6,
Yeah, it
6 to 7 seconds.
gets quite bad at times. I'm not quite sure why. I assume it's just
I know.
because... Maybe it's because I'm in the, you know, the arse end of the world as far as, like, ping times go sometimes. And so...
Our Twitch servers are, or well, Amazon servers are overloaded and they can't quite keep up processing the streamed video.
Yeah, I wouldn't also be surprised if there was tiers on the Twitch sort of thing, you know, like if they're having problems processing the stuff, they probably, the people with thousands of viewers are probably getting their stuff prioritized a little bit more.
Yeah, probably.
Which is fair enough, I don't mind.
Sure.
The delay is annoying, but it's not stream breaking or anything.
It can be more annoying for streamers that try to interact with their viewers in real-ish time.
Yeah, so...
But for us, it's not really an issue since, you know, we are literally on Discord. Also, hello.
Oh. Whee!
Your autopilot was rotating, I wasn't quite expecting it. I was like, am I gonna make this?
Yeah, I was watching you come out. I had faith in your flying skills. I also had faith in the fact... I also had faith in the fact that you're not got a shield and I do, so you probably don't want to collide with me.
I mean, the rebuy is not that much, but yeah.
Landing gear deployed.
I swear the autopilot does weirder stuff than it used to.
Does it? Now?
I don't know, it just seems to make more exaggerated movements, like
Fair enough.
Oh, what am I going there for? Jesus. Alright. That's what I want.
Also, still waiting for the stitch of the 2 clips where waves attack screwed you over twice.
Oh yeah, I'm going to need to do that at some point. Thank you for reminding me.
Now is a good time since you are on vacation.
That is true.
That was absolutely where I was going with this when I started to mention this, yes, why?
Yeah, I've been doing did a few repo clips the last couple of days.
Yeah, I saw them. Well, I saw them post. I saw them being posted. I haven't actually looked at them.
Some of them are actually quite funny.
Even if I don't know what the game is about.
Probably.
Okay.
Repo's just a game. It's kind of like Lethal Company. I don't know if you've ever seen anyone playing Lethal Company, where essentially you go...
I've played Little Company, but yeah.
Yeah, so you're going in to collect stuff, and there's monsters you have to avoid and stuff.
Okay, fair enough.
You just play these little bots, so they can hide under stuff and pick things up. I still don't know how one of the guys managed to kill himself with a flying broom. But that's in one of the clips. He literally had a, like, because if you bump it into stuff, it damages the thing and it loses value while you're trying to get it to like a collection point. And it was quite easy to bump stuff because you're like sort of picking them up remotely with like almost like telepathy and then moving them around. And he had like a flying broom in a case and he bumped it against the wall and the case broke and the broom flew off. And it was like flying up the top of this room and he was like staring up at it and then it just came down and smacked him on the head and he died. I was like,
Okay.
I was like, what the?
Fair enough, that does sound funny.
Warning. Temperature critical.
And then there's this weird thing, like if everyone dies in the mission, it takes you to like a loser playoff where you gotta like kill everyone else and then the last person is like king of the losers. I think it's just a fun thing.
Okay.
And so I was fighting Kane and she knocked me down, and because she knocked me down she was unable to pick me up and she was holding me off the edge and she was like going ha 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 ha, and then someone came from behind and just knocked her off as well because she spent so much time like doing the mechanical villain, like maniacal villain type thing. Definitely one of those fun games to play with a chaotic group of people.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
Frameshift drive charging.
How much chaos do you want? Yes.
Yeah.
Leaving system.
I think it's one of those games where, like, over time, it goes from everyone trying to do the game properly to everyone just messing with everybody else. Like, what was the other one I played recently with, like, with the dissidents in it? Oh, the name of it's gone out of my head. But that was the same, like, you know, like you have, like, employees and dissidents, and then, like, the dissidents are trying to kill the employees, and the employees are supposed to be doing tasks. Eventually it just ends up with, like, after a couple of hours of people playing it, just ends up with everyone killing each other, whether they're employees or dissidents or not. It's just
Yeah.
it's just the way it goes sometimes. One of my top most viewed clips on like TikTok, or was it Instagram? I think it was one of those, was me playing that game, and then there was 3 of us left, and we were all good guys, and I waited until we were almost done with the tasks, and then I murdered the other 2 and finished them myself.
Okay.
I didn't mean to murder Yuki, to be fair, but you know, she freaked out when I murdered Ree. And Ree had like killed me 3 times in the first 3 rounds. So I was like, I want vengeance.
Understandable.
And then Yuki freaked out thinking I was a bad guy and I had to kill her in self-defense.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Alright, send in more steel to your system colonization ship. Now, while we had a cheap viewers guy person again. They just didn't show up in the actual
Yeah,
chat.
I don't see them.
They had now been banned anyway. I'm gonna run a 3-minute ad break while I'm handing in here. I'm just gonna be handing in and then jumping back to the next system, so no one's gonna miss anything. Did I not start auto docking?
Don't think you did.
Hey. Request docking.
Asking now.
Fuck with that.
Request granted.
Might help if I had docking permissions. Bum, 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 bum.
Landing gear deployed.
Let me tell you something. You're only ever going to see the most wonderful things if you're willing to take a risk, to gamble, to put everything on red. You might lose. Now, wouldn't that be an adventure?
Captain Kirk is trying to talk me into gambling, apparently.
Accessible. Engines disengaged.
Oh. What did he say?
You said you're only going to see the most wondrous things if you're willing to gamble. Take a risk, put everything on red. It's like, maybe you'll lose, but wouldn't that be an adventure? It's like, well, kinda, but at the same time, no. Apparently I forgot to put my phone on the charge last night, so it died on me.
Rip.
They plugged it into the computer, but it doesn't really charge. Like, it charges, but it doesn't. The charge isn't as much as the power drain from having Twitch.
Gotcha.
Alright, I'll let that come up. Construction services. 17%.
Right.
And only nearly 17,000 still required now.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. There we go.
Why are you... Okay. Ow.
Yeah, that took off a lot of your hull.
Frameshift drive.
Yeah, ship decided to vacate the station just as I was coming out. Like, my turn. Doesn't matter that the ship 3 times its size was just behind it. I managed to avoid it and not incur a fine, but now I'm at 30% health.
Yeah, sometimes the fine is unfair, right?
Yeah.
leaving the station and some ship just like swings straight up in front of you and you're like, reckless flying, and you're like, god damn it. Like,
Frameshift drive charging.
like even if I wasn't speeding, I still would have hit that shit.
Hyperspace velocity reached. Scanning for anomalies, none detected. Isn't that good?
Alright, there we go. Jump, jump.
When I sent you the recording of the lantern's light bobbleheads, did you also notice the Titan bobbleheads?
Yes, I did.
And
They're cool.
yeah, I agree. Not sure if it was shown in the
Temperatures
video,
are
but
at
they
an acceptable
shine in the dark, like they have visible light.
I think I saw something about, yeah, like, no. And then they definitely had something going on, but they weren't moving like the lantern light one, yeah.
Yeah, the lantern light station also has lights in the usual locations.
Oh, nice. Did not notice that. Probably too distracted by them spinning.
Well, yeah, understandable. I think I tried to film them in the dark, so it should show up. Unless I'm wrong.
That was a pretty dark video. I seem to remember the lights coming from the Titan ones. That wasn't really what I was paying attention to. But I'll have to go back and have a look at it. I'll probably notice the lights on the lantern light if I'm looking specifically for them. Yeah.
Yeah, I just looked. Yeah, it has been filmed in the dark. Yeah. And I turned off the HUD so it wouldn't interfere.
Yeah.
Which you can also do by pressing Ctrl-Alt-G.
I can.
If you didn't know. Not that you have to do it now, I'm just saying. Random tidbit of information.
Ah, my controls! Alright, that's good to know.
Yeah. I have used this during exobiology streams with exobiology in general. When the planet was too dark, like yeah, there is too much light in front of my eyes. Turn off HUD. Done.
Yeah. Get rid of the distractions.
Yep. And it did help. But, yeah.
Yeah, no, it does. It's like one thing I noticed is like even though it's like you're driving and you're like looking for a place or something and you'll automatically turn the radio down in your car or the noise down in your car. It's like
I need to turn the volume down so I can see better.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just like I know it doesn't make any sense, right? But I think it's just you going like, I need less information to process so I can concentrate better.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. My partner, I noticed she does it when she's tired. Like, her eyesight isn't very good. She has one eye that is quite bad, and the other eye is, like, basically eyesight in the other eye is good enough to drive, but she needs glasses to do so. Sort of that level of eyesight, right? And so, when she's tired, and she's not doing something, like she's just sitting there and we're talking or something, she will, if I see her close her eyes a lot, I know she's tired. And I think it's basically her brain going, I don't want to deal with this visual stuff.
Yeah, I need less input.
I need less input, yeah. I think her brain may actually do a bit more, like, tidying up of the audio, of the visual image coming in, like a bit more, like, heavy lifting with it than, like, someone whose eyesight is better. Because she doesn't have, like, it's trying to cater for
a little more strain on the mental power.
Yeah, she's trying to cater for a lack of depth perception and stuff, so her brain's doing more processing with the stuff. And then it just kind of goes, I don't need to be doing this at the moment. I'm just going to shut that off.
Yeah.
So her eyes just shut, and she doesn't even notice sometimes.
Well, as long as she's not doing it during driving, all good.
No, it's only when she doesn't need, like, it's only when she's tired and she doesn't need the eyesight for anything, but yeah. She's just out driving and her brain goes, I need less input, shut the eyes. No, she lets me do most of the driving. I think her license is actually technically expired now, but I was only a learner's license anyway. So there was a friggin'...
Probably shouldn't say that on stream, right? It's not that anyone knows who you are, but still.
No, she doesn't. She's not driving at the moment, so she's not breaking any laws or anything. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what? Not that one. So there's a thing with learner's license. I don't know if it's the same overseas or not, but there's a thing in New Zealand where if you have a learner's license, the general rule is that you can't drive by yourself. But there is an exception for like mopeds or like scooters like under 50 cc's or like sort of engine power. And so we had one of those, so she was using the learner's license to go places on that. And then she's supposed to apply for her restricted license, but she didn't, and the learner's license got extended during COVID due to like lockdowns and stuff, at the time frame and stuff, but then eventually they expired. And so if she wants to drive her scooter again, she's going to have to go back and reset her learner's license.
Gotcha.
Which isn't a big deal, but yeah, her eyesight makes her a bit nervous about driving an actual car.
Understandably. We don't have anything like a learner's license. You either have a license or you don't.
Okay.
As a response tool.
What's it?
Response to a thing you said earlier.
Alright. I don't know why the autopilot keeps taking me up there and then bringing me back. Like, just things like that seem a bit weird. Exaggerated movements compared to what they used to be. But yeah. Yeah, well, anyway, if you are interested, the basic license system in New Zealand goes, you sit a theory test and the eyesight thing. Oh, hey Ed.
Hello.
How close can we get?
Okay.
So you set a theory test, right, about the road rules, and then you have an eyesight test, and then essentially you get a learner's license if you pass both, where you are learning to drive essentially. So you have to have a licensed, full licensed person in the car or the front passenger seat when you're driving. And essentially, they're responsible for your, you know, screw-ups. If you correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scanning for anomalies.
And then
None detected.
you do a practical test of your driver's license skills, and you can go up to a restricted license where you're allowed to drive by yourself, but you can't have passengers in the car unless you have a full license holder in the front seat. Then you can only drive like during daylight hours, more or less, right?
Gotcha.
And then after you've had that for a time, you can then apply to sort of test for your full license, and then if you pass that, you basically have a full license. So that's how it works over here. But there's like there's that exception for the like the moped scooter thing on alerters and restricted license. Yeah.
Vectors.
How it works here is basically you sign up for a course. You go through the course where you are sitting on lessons where they try to teach you the rules and regulations and you know the how to drive basically. And once you pass that, once it's passed that, you take a test, whether you know the rules correctly or not. There is a practical test, and then you are either issued a license or not. That's basically all there is to it. To where I live.
Yeah. So it sounds
and
like
this applies to small vehicles like bicycles or mopeds, to cars, to trucks and so on and so forth. But each of the weight classes have like a different letter.
yeah.
Like the mopeds would be letter A, the cars are B, I think, and it goes up as your tonnage goes up, and yeah, basically you either have a license or you don't. There is no in between.
So yeah, it sounds like it's some of the same stuff, but it's just more condensed into one sort of one thing.
Yeah, just
right?
slightly simple.
Yeah. So like a theory test and a practical test and stuff, and it's just condensed into the one. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. We also had like the different things, like so there's a different license, same sort of process, but different license for like motorcycles, and then again for like heavier vehicles, different weight classes and stuff as well. So we had that same sort of process.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, I was just talking about the standard
Scanning for anomalies.
passenger
None
car
detected.
license.
Isn't good.
Yeah, I got that.
And a friend who'd sort of older couple, they decided they were going to buy like a house bus. And so the guy from that couple just went and set a course, and then was like, boom, granted a heavy vehicle license, as well as his normal license. I think he had to do a practicals thing as well as part of that, but I was quite impressed because he managed to get this massive house bus down the very tight driveway by the side of his house without breaking anything.
Yeah, some of the feats of driving are interesting and impressive.
I'm like, I would have taken out a letter box and possibly a side mirror trying to do that, I imagine.
With enough practice you wouldn't, but yeah.
Yeah, well, this was his first time, and I went to get the bus. Like,
Oh well, okay, fair enough.
Oh, my dog is barking my ear off. What do you want now, Papa? No, I don't want to let you outside because it's cold out there. It's a cold breeze. Even though it's nice sun. It's much nicer with the door shut. And the sun coming through the door.
A pirate.
A pirate? Oh well, you can either run away or kill them depending on how tough they are, I
I'm
guess.
gonna try kill them, see what happens.
Alright, I guess I'm gonna let the dog out. She's just gonna keep barking at me. So once I get to this Once I get to this docking point. How's the fight against the pirate guard?
Well, I haven't taken out its shields and I am at 50% hull. 30%. Okay, I'm running.
Yeah. Ooh.
Not worth dying.
Yeah, your hull was dropping pretty quick.
It didn't have rockets, so I'm not entirely sure what was taking out my hull so fast, but sure.
Multi-cannons or...
I think he only just had lasers. At least lasers is what I've seen. I don't think I noticed multi cannons.
You notice plasma accelerators. And generally
Yeah,
you
no
notice...
accelerators, no rockets.
The
I only saw lasers.
lasers, yeah.
But then again, it was a Mamba, so it probably has more than 2 hard points, which is what the number of lasers I've seen. So probably had something else as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess either multi-cannons and you didn't see the bullets, or railguns maybe? But
Didn't hear anything. Didn't hear the feedback that getting shot by railguns, you know, the trajectory altered or whatever.
yeah, I was gonna say you don't normally see the railguns fire, but you normally tell when you get hit by them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, I'll just let these dogs out.
He may have had. Okay, go ahead.
Alright, what were you saying?
I was basically trying to say that maybe he had like the regular cannons, like the multi cannons, just
Yeah, that's true.
that can deal a lot of damage, and the rounds are hard to spot since it's a single shot damage, single shot weapon.
Yeah, that might be an explanation. Yep. I could see that.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Boom, boom. I should probably redo this as well, actually. System. There we go. Alright.
Now I just need to not hit my colonization ship too hard.
Yeah, that would be bad, right? Get away from the pirate, blow yourself up. As you like coming to talk. Alright. And then updated that.
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating beyond safety limits.
All right,
Frameshift drive charging.
off we go. So 30% done on this space installation.
19% on mine.
Yeah, well, I mean, yours is 1% per hand in, and that is 10% per hand in, so.
Fair enough.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected. Isn't that good?
It is good. I do like it when there's no anomalies detected.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright, off we go.
Vector.
I'm gonna get this working. Oh, that's why. So why's my phone not wanting to bring up Twitch? You know, I've charged it up a bit and turned it back on. And it's because I wasn't on the Wi-Fi. For some reason I turned Wi-Fi off. There we go. Alright, to the station! To fetch more steel.
I see you looped as well.
Yeah. It's pretty
Well,
hard.
technically I didn't loop, but you know. I slowed myself down by the gas giant.
Nice.
I just saw you zoom past me.
Yeah, it's hard to time
Trying
it
to get to the
sometimes.
station quicker than me. I know your intention.
No, no.
No, absolutely
was-
not.
I'm
That's
just
only
trying-
pure intention.
I'm just trying to be efficient so I can help you deliver stuff. But the purest intentions.
Yep, of course.
Yep. All right. Doop, doop, doop.
Out of curiosity, what do you have your call sign by station set to? If you have it set to anything.
My what? Sorry?
You don't even know what that is, okay. When you approach a station like this one, what does the operator say?
Oh.
You know,
Hold on.
Kutamaya, and there is a spell out.
Yeah. Yeah, the ship's ID thing.
Ship ID. Okay.
This is the Flight Operations Department. Please comply with established docking.
Oh, that's
Good
what
to-
you have it set.
Yeah,
Fair
good
enough.
Mile whiskey something. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh well, when it's whiskey, that might be your nickname actually, because your name starts with a W. Might not be your ship name, ship ID.
I should just change it to good Mile whiskey.
Yes, you can. Actually, can you? I don't know. I think the options are your nickname or the ship ID, but I'm not entirely sure you can change the ship ID to that extent.
No, you can name the ship, but I don't think it changes
You
the
can name the
ID.
ship, but I'm not sure if you can set it to say your ship name. But never mind. Yes, you can. Commander name, ship ID. Okay, yeah, you could name your ship WWW and it would say whiskey.
Landing complete. Dispatch.
What else is there in the old phonetic alphabet thing? Tango, alpha, all that kind of stuff, right? Like,
Yeah, I quite like Echo, because it's like relating to the programming language PHP, which I'm coding in. When you want to display stuff,
no.
I have it set to my commander name, so it says Echo Victor Delta. Quite interesting.
Nice.
Alright, let's leave the station and deliver some more butts.
Yeah.
And possibly crash to Winarcos. Unless... Oh, okay, you are still in the trailing screen. I am free to boost.
You're not going to crash into me.
Yeah, the station can take it, and the NPCs too. What's a fine or two?
Right. Oh. Autopilot, I don't think you have to get that far out of the way.
Was that reverse really necessary?
See what I mean? Like, it's just doing weird movements.
Yeah.
Alright.
All clear. Have a safe trip, Commander.
Leaving system.
So who did you hit on the way out the station?
Sorry?
Who did you hit on the way out the station?
The station itself?
Ah, okay. Ah, I probably didn't even notice.
I saw it on stream happening. Like I saw my health being decreased, but I guess you didn't notice, yeah.
No, I didn't notice at the time. That's... Oh. All right, up we go to, well, almost there.
Frameshift drive charging.
Did you get a chance to take a look at that station I linked you? Or that system, sorry, not station. No, system. Ah, my bad. The one with the landable ring planets. Had quite a few nice other things in there as well. Lots of just other ring planets and stuff. I'm pretty sure it'd be in range of this system once you've finished the primary port.
Wait, did you send it as a screenshot or just a system name?
I think I sent it as a system name.
Warning, heat damage critical.
Then I'm not seeing it, I guess.
Hold up. I'll show you one. I'll show you one thing anyway. I doubt anyone's gonna come along and steal it. And if they did, there's probably plenty of other systems around. Must be this one here, I guess. Yeah, here we go. So it's got,
Oh, that does look interesting.
yeah, it's got lots of planets with rings. It's got one of these worlds, which are kind of interesting looking. These two planets here that are landable but have rings and big, lots of building potential. Yeah. Oh, another one of these ones as well. I've seen them everywhere now. So, I think they even put that too. Alright. Let's go and deliver.
Yeah, I must have missed it when you sent it the first time. Sorry.
No, that's alright. I think it was the one where you replied to. It's going to be a while, and then you said that you're off with your...
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I see it now. Yeah, I was at the moment I was 700 light years away. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Boom, boom. It's literally saved in my bookmarks or something like, tell Ed about this system. There were some other...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I will be expanding much beyond this.
Fair enough.
Maybe that one system that I was eyeing earlier, but that no one has taken yet. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely I'm definitely interested in building up systems now, to some degree.
Yeah, I should finish the tier 2 ground station starport in my first system. It's been sitting there for 2 months at this point.
So it was the one I started in my first system. Along the asteroid base, then we got to 25%, and then like we got it to 25%, and then we went, oh, we'll turn back on claiming systems, and we went, all right, well, enough of the asteroid bases.
Yeah.
Come back to that later. But I wanted to try and get a refinery hub going out here first. See if that actually pushes my Coriolis to have a refinery economy.
Okay.
Docking request granted.
And then after that I might go back and work on the first system a little bit more. And at some point during all that I'll finish the outpost on my system with the big lava planet.
Landing gear deployed.
Boom, 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 boom.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Transfer 21%.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Might make a run to the... Let's mix it up a little bit. Make a run to the mega ship with some of the fiddly bits I need for this farm installation.
Frameshift drive charging.
Bum 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 bum.
Frameshift drive engaging.
Oh, there we go. Friendship drivers engaging. Yeah, jumping systems.
Engaging exit protocols.
Not flying to the sun. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. That was my old man going, I'm an elite, what are you doing? I was like, I'll come play with you sometime after lunch.
Okay.
He wants to go back and do more pirate hunting before the community goal ends.
Fair enough.
So I'm pretty sure that I can, like, his pirate ship is still down there. I'm pretty sure that I could get him there more quickly if he just boards my ship. I fly him down there, then he can hop into his pirate ship. That should work, right?
So won't he need to import it? Which will take time.
No, his pirate ship is already down there. We've already done some of the bounty hunting. So he...
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should work.
Yeah. So I'll just shuttle him down there.
Yep.
And something that's a lot faster than...
40 jumps, T6.
Yeah. To be fair, there wouldn't be that many this time around because he did eventually upgrade the bloody frameship drive producers.
Okay, 39.
Yeah. But like, oh, that was ridiculous. I also taught him how to honk systems as he flew through to get like exploration data.
But let's right click. Good job.
Yeah.
Or left click, whichever you
Wow.
have found.
It was slightly more than that. It's like, all right, so this, like, you have to set the discovery scanner to one of your buttons, and then you have to change modes,
Well, yes.
and then you have to like right or left click.
Warning. Temperature critical.
Yes, I agree. It is slightly more involved than just pressing a key
Yes,
or a button.
there's 3 actions, not just one. That's much more complicated.
Technically 300%, but yes. Or 200, no, 300, yeah.
It's more about letting him know that he could do it, I guess. And then it was
It's not an
like,
obvious thing.
yeah. And then he was like, does
Yeah.
that fully scan the system? I'm like, well, kind of. It gives you basic information about the whole, everything in the system.
Scanning for anomalies.
If you want more in-depth information, there are other types of scans, and I'm not going to tell you about those at the moment because you're trying to get somewhere, and if you stop and FSS scan everything,
Yeah.
it's going to take you like 2 years to get back here. So it's like, so don't worry about that unless you're deliberately doing exploration stuff. Just honk and jump.
Frameshift drive charging.
And you can also start jumping and honking.
Yeah. Well, he was fuel scooping as well. So he was
Makes sense.
coming in, scooping,
Faster
honking, and
light
then
velocity
jumping.
reached.
Yeah.
Exit destination confirmed. Arrival in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
But yeah, no, apparently he's only 3 trips away from finishing his outpost. Which is actually pretty good going.
Nice.
I didn't help him with that at all, so... But I'm not sure if he means the actual outpost, where I did show him how to build an orbital space installation farm around his, close to it on the same thing as this Coriolis station. Try and give it an economy. So maybe he's talking about that instead. Alright, Trailblazer Dream. Are we still top 25%? And that.
Docking request granted.
Hmm?
I was just checking.
Sorry, didn't quite understand the question.
Oh, we dropped the top 50%. Or at least I have anyway, and that.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me check.
Not that that bothers me much.
Yeah, I'm in top 50 as well. Yeah, I'm not really bothered. Like the payout is good enough anyway, and I was doing it for the paint jobs and modules anyway.
And break from hauling.
Deployed.
Well, yeah.
It's like, I'm gonna use it to buy Anaconda, and I'm like, just technically enough to buy the Anaconda, I guess, but it's not really gonna outfit it much. It's like, I can use it for cargo hauling, they give me more room than a Type 9, right? And I'm like, not really, no. But it's arguably a little bit faster getting in and out of places.
Technically, yeah.
Like I said, arguably,
Yeah.
it's not brilliantly much faster, but alright, what are all the little fiddly bits and pieces I need? So I need 30 water purifiers. Oh. Eight power generators. $117 pesticides. Gonna make sense for agricultural thing, I suppose. I need 114 agri medicines.
Not gonna lie, I heard angry medicines.
Well, I mean, they could be. I didn't check on their mood.
And it's technically only one letter off.
Uh,
Although what in the flying name of whatever it is holy is agri medicines, I don't wanna really know, but you know.
I think it's agricultural medicines. So for
Yeah, but what the hell is that?
designed to treat or prevent common diseases and ailments among livestock and fisheries.
Did you just look that up, or is that
That's,
something coming for that?
It's in the in-game description there. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so basic medicines are used to treat people. Agri medicines are used to treat fishes and animals. I do need some food cartridges.
I wanted to say that I somehow doubt that exists, but then again, the entire industry of veterinary clinics wouldn't probably exist if that was true.
There is that, right? Should grab ceramic composites while I'm here. So I don't think those are available in the other station. Oh, I need crop harvesters. 76 crop harvesters. That's a lot of crop harvesters.
72 tons of crop harvesters? Yeah, that is a lot. Then again, if one crop harvester lays like 10 tons, then that's maybe not.
Uh,
Or well, technically 12, because, 70. 2 divided by 12 is a round number.
what else should I grab here? I should grab water, I guess, because it's actually the zero. Is that how I pronounce your name? Apologies if I get that wrong. Welcome to the channel. We're just working on some colonization stuff in Elite Dangerous. 173 water. So I'm alternating between building something in one of my systems and helping my friend Ed with his Coriolis station he's building with the claimer system. Rate my experience level, what, an elite? Relatively high. In most things. Overall, relatively high, but some areas of the game I'm not as experienced as other people. Like exploration, exobiology and stuff. I'm also probably not as experienced as a lot of the proper AX commanders in anti-Xeno combat and that kind of thing. But overall, I played a lot of the game. What else do I need? Yes, broad might be the way to describe it, sure. Do you know what this... Oh, it does. I was going to say, do you know what this one doesn't have that you actually need? Bio waste. Oh, it does have it.
Affirmative.
What? What do you mean affirmative? Be quiet, Captain Kirk. I can get that
Eric
other
wants
point.
to add to the bio waste.
Let's buy some bio waste. Why not? I do need like 148 bio waste.
Cargo
Wait, what?
at maximum capacity.
No, we don't.
Yes, I do. Not for your one. This is for my.
Oh, okay.
This is for my space farm.
Yeah, I forgot, sorry.
Yeah.
Short-term memory loss,
As you can see in the zero, I have a fair bit of experience claiming systems at the very least.
Landing gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
And so, yeah, on this account, if it helps, I am warrant officer with the Federation, Duke with the Empire, and I am combat rank dangerous, trade rank elite 2, explorer rank pathfinder, and exobiologist rank collector. I'm also combat rank elite and trade rank elite on my other account. So
Frameshift drive charging.
Leaving system.
and I'm Rear Admiral with the Federation and Duke with the Empire on the other account. Or maybe even higher if I ever bothered taking the other rank up missions. After unlocking the ships, I have no idea, to be honest.
makes sense.
Do know I have a Federal Corvette and an Imperial cutter though.
Frameshift drives charging.
Leaving system.
And I'm also working on claiming my 4th system on the other account, so it's like 11 systems in total. So yeah, I've been playing rather heavily with the colonization stuff the last couple of months, though I haven't developed any system particularly high. It's been more about expanding, I guess.
Frameshift drive charging.
And then we
Navigation for next system.
my dog wants a pet. Well, there you go, Gil. Don't make me fly into the sun, though. That would be baddish. Or at the very least, slightly annoying.
Frameshift drive charging.
Should be good. 2 more jumps.
Jumping to light speed.
Just keep an eye on that fuel tank.
Key systems are at optimal levels, readying for exit. Now. Warning.
But we're good.
Frameshift drive charging.
Off we go. So I know that colonization system economy is a little bit broken at the moment, but I am working on trying to develop this system a little bit nonetheless. So I'll show people my system that I'm working on. Oh, let's actually go into the system map.
Acknowledged.
Damn it, Kirk. Alright, fine. Open system map. Open system map.
As you wish.
So the primary port got put in over here. I'm building this orbital construction site to drive some economy in this. It's going to be a farm. And then I'm going to use the tier 2 construction point I get from that to build a refinery hub on the planet to also drive more economy in this. Hopefully. That's the plan anyway. We'll see if it works out. And I've got a planetary port I'm very slowly working on. It's like 3% done at the moment. And then at some point I actually have to go build the outpost with the next system I'm working on claiming. Which will probably be my last for a while. I said this one was going to be my last, and then I was like, ooh, look at that big lava planet. So, well. You know, I may have slight imperialistic tendencies to conquer.
It's the British blood in you.
Yeah, probably. Alright. It's like, that looks like a nice place. Let's stick a flag there and take it over.
Yep. Oh, I wish we would get the flag, but yeah. Alright, liquid oxygen is done.
Yeah.
Now only aluminium, CM and composites, steel and titanium remain.
Yeah. Nice. That's probably the dream of every little boy and girl, right? To just, you know, have their own empire and rule it with the iron fist of tyranny. That's...
Interesting dream, but okay.
I am, of course, joking.
Or are you?
Yes, or am I? Yeah. I don't know, I can't seem to rule it with the iron fist of tyranny, though. They don't give me the right tools to do that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, they essentially just go, you're a landlord, you can collect rent. And besides from, and build new stuff. Besides from that, you have no say in what goes on.
Yeah. Can't even decorate the thing.
Yeah. Or approve and reject factions that want to move into the system or anything.
Yep. So much for an architect. Then again, technically the real life architect also only get to decide what things look like, not who gets to live in the thing they are building.
That is true, unless you're the architect slash owner of a system. Of our building, I guess.
Docking request granted.
Yes, owners hire the architect to design the building, and then the owners get to decide, like, who moves in.
Landing gear deployed.
And at some point, very well paid architects may get to just decide to build their own building. Be like, we cut out the, not middleman, because I was the middleman, but the other man.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Mm, 41%. It went up slightly. I'm guessing I'm doing just over 10% per handed. So now all I need is steel, titanium, liquid oxygen, aluminum, and bio-waste, which I'm pretty sure I can get all up in this area. Alright. Galaxy map.
Exiting map.
Open galaxy map.
Affirmative.
My dog is barking at a plane like it thinks the plane can hear her. Alright. Oh, Off we go.
Released. Engines engaged. Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2, 1. Engage. Warning. Frameshift drive operating
Alright,
beyond safety limits.
off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
We'll get another load of steel, we'll deliver it to Ed's construction ship. And then we'll come back and
Leaving system.
do another load to the satellite. And at some point I have to get, I'm going to try and get 50%, the last 50% done on my other accounts system before I end up going back to work. Which I think should be doable.
Frameshift drive charging.
Alright. Brutal Gateway. Let's give it a little NOS.
Warning. Temperature critical.
We overshot slightly. Still probably much faster. And then we go and duck. We grab the steel, we deliver the steel. Leaving Ed with only, like, you know, probably 16,000 tons of steel left.
Every bit of material that I don't have to touch is appreciated.
Yeah.
And a help.
Well, that's what we've been doing, helping each other out. Makes it more
That is
fun.
true.
All right. Dum-dum. Here we go.
Yankee, November.
Contacts.
Contacts.
Hmm.
Touching down. Request approved. Cleared for landing on docking bay 2-5. Automated docking approved.
Bum, 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 bum. Boom, 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 boom.
Landing gear deployed.
So it's not tomorrow, I'm imagining that your friend's showing up, right? It's the day after? Or the day after that?
Saturday morning, which is Saturday evening for you.
Ah, yeah. I was gonna say, because otherwise you're gonna be very tired. It must be what, about what, 1, 2 a.m. in the morning for you?
2 a.m. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't much care since, you know, I'm on a vacation now technically.
it's true. Yeah.
I can sleep in tomorrow. No one has any right to tell me otherwise. Then on Friday I'm going to go clean my car.
Cargo hold.
And then Saturday and Sunday I will be spending with my friend.
Nice.
The rest of it I have no idea.
Well, you know. Conquering new systems, building up old systems.
Sleeping, eating, yeah, the usual.
Sleeping, eating, dwarfish mining, you know, usual stuff.
Speaking of games, I've noticed that you kind of excluded the other games from the schedule. Is it because you got bored of them, don't want to play them, finish them? I don't know, like, you know, like Baldur's Gate or I don't know what else you played. I don't, like can't remember.
Borders, there
Or
was
Portal or Escape
Portal.
Simulator and something like that.
No, I'll go back to them at some point. It's just, I don't know, I've been quite enjoying the colonization stuff. So,
Okay, makes sense. I was just curious.
no one seemed to be, well, Dark occasionally, but besides that, no one seemed to be watching me play Baldur's Gate 3. I think there's just so many other streamers that play it that
Fair enough.
that one I might not go back to stream on. I might just try and finish playing it off stream. Portal 2 and Escape Simulator, where we're doing the community rooms and stuff, I'll definitely go back to at some point, because that's fun.
Yep. Like I'm not trying to like say play this or I leave. Like I was just curious.
No,
I was
I
just
get
curious
that.
whether you got bored of the games or they are not fun for you or what's the quote unquote problem?
It wasn't really a problem with them. It's so
Confirming exit
the
point
colonization thing in Elite caught my attention. I was playing a fair bit of that, and
Yep.
actually
Makes
seemed to
sense.
get like no one said. Well, no one was watching me playing Baldur's Gate. No one was watching me playing like Elden Ring, for instance. And so I still wanna play
Yeah,
around
not
in
even me.
those. Yeah, I still want to play around in those, but like I'm like those categories are just too
Populated, yeah.
too
Or
populated.
saturated.
Yeah. Right, like, there's not much point in doing that on stream because there's just no one watching. So, I actually get a few people, like, watching and interacting and stuff when I play Elite. And same with Deep Rock. some of the time, so I keep Dead Rock on the schedule. In part because, you know, it's fun to play that with you. In part because it's a little bit,
Interstellar travel mode
like, it still gets people watching, and in part because I just needed something in there to break up all the Elite Dangerous.
Yeah, makes sense. Can't be all Elite Dangerous all day, every day. I
Confirming
understand
exit
that.
point telemetry. Stand by.
So I still play First Ascendant off stream, so
Yeah, I've seen you play that.
yeah. And I do need to play more. I do want to play more Elden Ring and more Baldur's Gate 3 and that kind of thing off stream as well. But yeah, I don't know. There's also like back in the day when Oblivion came out, there was Head was too buried in well, I think, in order to
Leaving system.
to play much of that. So the Oblivion remake is kind of getting my attention as well. But I actually have to find the money to pay for it. Which is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Confirming exit point telemetry. Stand by. I need a little time.
You mentioned maybe playing Euro Truck Simulator.
Yes, I should play it.
Do you
Did I buy
have
that?
that game? Do you need to buy it? Or...
I was gonna buy it. Did I buy it? That is the question. Let me have a look.
Selecting Wingman 1.
What? What is it? Did we man one? With Steam. Give me Steam. Doesn't look like I have it. I have a lot of Steam games though.
I mean, me too.
So yeah, no, I was gonna buy it, and then I guess I sort of fell off my radar after that
Oh,
stream.
it's fine. That is something I would like to pick up again. Like I've played it quite a bit back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have over 600 hours, which is quite a lot, you know, 600 hours.
Yes, I imagine I would jump into that game and promptly crash a truck.
To be honest, even after the 600 hours, that still happens to me.
Alright, I've got this little NOS, we'll get to your colonization ship. There we go. Heat damage! Very cure for
Especially
that.
when I'm like free driving, you know, when there is no speed limit, and I have the truck that has like the most horsepower in the game, and yeah, it's not impossible to go 150 kilometers per hour. And well, there is a tight corner. Nope, there is a 70% damage to my truck, but yes.
Yeah. 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 I'm on the autobahn in Germany, no speed limit. A truck doing 150 kilometers an hour. Oh, look, a quarter. Damn it.
Yep. Pretty much. Not one time has a thing happened where I was delivering like cargo to a location. It was like I don't know, almost a trip across the entirety of Europe.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, this is going fine, this is great, I'm going to get a good payout, good experience, not even a lot of damage. Took me like 7 hours, but that's okay. And the last like a turn that I have to do, I'm taking a little too fast, and then flip. And there goes the cargo, there goes the payout, there goes the XP.
Yeah. I'm guessing that F in chat from the Zero was where you were flipping the truck.
Yeah.
Not sure what the gun was for. Who's he shooting at? Or she is shooting at? Shouldn't assume gender.
Possible pirates. He's keeping you safe.
Oh, good. Excellent. No, I do have a lot of guns on my ship. I can shoot at the pirates myself. Alright, there we go. Hands in. Boom, 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 boom.
Acknowledged, Commander.
What do you mean acknowledged? What do you... don't know what he's acknowledging, but that's fine. Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Right.
Landing gear deployed.
Some NPC was going, is this really necessary? I guess they were getting scanned.
Yep. Or shot at.
You're never gonna talk a police officer out of scaring you by going, is this really necessary? Doesn't even work in real life.
Docking successful.
Yeah, that is true.
You don't go, is this really necessary? And the police officer goes, you know what, you're right, I don't need to run your license details.
I don't need to check your driver's license.
These are,
That gun that I see in your pocket, oh, it's okay, that's fine.
yeah, these are not the druids you're looking for. No, just doesn't work. So I imagine, like, if you actually did have something to hide, you're not bothering in this game to question the police. That sounds like someone who's just a little bit like, really, again.
Yeah.
More likely, the police go, we're going to scan your ship right now, and if you're an actual smuggler or a criminal, you go, okay, and then you boost and drop a heatsink.
Yeah, slightly more problem when you are delivering illegal cargo to a station. When they detect you there, they will actually rescind your docking request and start shooting at you.
Yeah, but if you drop a heatsink, I think it interrupts the scan, doesn't it? Like, as long as the scan isn't almost done.
Vectors.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because they lose target when you cool down, and the scans, they don't complete the scan.
Hull
Personally.
integrity is within limits.
And then,
All other systems
they,
Yeah, there are ways to deal with that
Yeah.
as well, like circumvent that, but still, you know.
and then the cop was scanning you goes, huh? Well, I guess that seems legit. Probably don't need to report that to the station.
Yeah. A car that I was trying to check whether they have anything illegal has vanished in front of me. I could still see it, just my scanner couldn't pick it up. I guess all is good.
Yeah. And I see them boosting right towards the station entrance, but I probably don't need to tell the station people about that. That's fine.
Hull integrity is within limits.
But they're just a
All other
little
systems
frustrated because
are
I pulled them over one too many times. I'm sure they're innocent.
Yeah, they are on a time crunch, no need to bother them. It's
the same like when the cops just interdict you. As super cruising around in the system. And they're like, we're going to scan you. You're like, boost, jump.
Yep.
And the cops are like, oh, that didn't quite work out. I was wondering what... Oh. Oh.
Ships now engaged.
Excuse the
No
sudden coughing
anomalies
fit. I was just like, I was wondering what that noise was, and it was just my dog. Sounds like someone at the door.
Scanning for anomalies, none detected.
Yeah. Yeah, that's also happened. Like back in the game ages back, they had like long range smuggling missions that were really, really profitable. And you'd fail the smuggling mission if you got scanned going into the station because you had illegal goods on board, but they wouldn't take the goods off you. Yeah, no, the same mechanic applies now, right? Like they'll scan you and be like, "You have illegal goods. Here's a fine," and you're like, "All right, am I good to continue into the station and sell these to the black market?" "Yep, no, that's fine. Just pay the fine when you get in there." You'd think the system security would be like, "You have illegal narcotics on board. Jettison them immediately." And then, you know, scoot them up and go have a party back in the station. And then I report to the superiors, "We have successfully disposed of all the illegal narcotics." "What sort of narcotics was it?" "It was weed." "How did you dispose of it?" "We burnt it." Technically.
Technically. Yeah, I was about to say we burned it, which is kind of disposing it, but you know, into the various crevices of our bodies. Well, you know, a location.
Yeah, yeah. We are in the process of turning the edibles into biowaste for disposal.
I was gonna say who's. I wonder who's gonna drop first, but you dropped like 2 seconds before me. Not even that, probably.
Fire, Whiskey Yankee, November. Please comply with flight regulations as you approach the station, Commander. Request approved. Set down a landing pad 390.
You are approaching slightly faster than necessary. Okay, that happened.
What happened?
You just parked yourself on at the outer edge of the station.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Auto docking computer's taking
And now
over.
you are getting into my way, because of course you are.
You got room, just go around me, it'll be fine.
Yeah, pretty much what I did. Just had to stop for a minute because you were literally going into the path of my flight.
Well, my
And I
auto
took some of the
docking
station paint with me.
docking computer cannot predict your flight pattern, so yeah.
Why not? Like it's 1,000 years in the future. Should have been able to. All the AI we have currently.
You think it would be like, we're detecting a ship approaching that's not under autopilot and is heading straight at the entrance. Maybe we will move out the way.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't even need to be an AI. That's a simple if condition. Well, simple.
It's a nested if, probably.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just run steel back to my
Not sure if you've seen, probably not,
Capacity.
but the official Elite YouTube account has released a video where they were in the British Science Museum, and there was a stand with the topic was space exploration, and
Yeah.
and they basically decided to, like, well, here is a game that is basically a one-to-one representation of the galaxy. Where do you want to go?
Yeah.
And they flew around the solar system, to Mars, to Ganymede, to Saturn, Uranus, Uranus, and other things like that. And it's like, well, somewhat interesting. Look it up if you want to.
I'll go check that out.
It
That's
is it is
probably
it is
quite
like
cool.
a 30-minute video.
That is one of the, I mean, that is one of the selling points of Elite, right? Is, I've also heard people describe it as, I think it was a City and Ant recently described it as the fundamental paradox of space games, right? Which is that space is vast, and you want to capture that vastness, but you don't want to. I think he said there was something. There's a video game rule called, like, I can't remember what it was, the 3-minute rule or something like that. He's like, which is like, if you're exploring in a video game, you should find something interesting every 3 minutes or so. He's like, an Elite kind of breaks that rule, right? Like, you can like be flying around for ages, and like there's no side quests or bandits or, especially once you're out in the black.
Yep.
It's like, so it's like Elite is like, has gone the path of capturing the vastness of space quite well. It's like, but it also makes the game feel lonely at times.
Yep.
Whereas in other space games do the whole, like, you only have a couple of systems and fast travel is a thing and stuff, and they don't really capture the vastness of space as well as Elite does, but then at the same time you don't spend as much time just floating around doing not much. So there's sort of a paradox, a problem with game design, I guess, when it comes to space games, is that it's hard to find the right balance.
Yeah, true.
Navigation for next system.
So that is one of the things, right? That's kind of a cool balloon dog
Confirming exit
emote.
point. Stand by.
Like that. Alright, off we go.
Frameshift drive charging.
Navigation for next system.
Alright. Burns Reach. So yeah, we're gonna go and hand in here. Should take us up to 50%. Shouldn't take too long to complete this orbital satellite. And I remember from last time we built a refinery hub, it wasn't that bad building the hub either, was it? It was what, maybe 5% per hand in? 4% per hand in?
I literally don't remember, sorry.
Yeah. I seem to remember like it wasn't even as bad as an outpost to build a hub.
Yeah.
This shouldn't take too long to get up and running. Well, I mean, some of my time is going to be pulled away into getting this Coriolis and my other system built. This time's ticking down a little bit on that. Still got 10 days to go though. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about the time there now that I've got it up to 50% in the last couple of days. Oh, Naziru, thank you for the follow. It's appreciated. Any support for the channel is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a little repetitive, but okay. Let's give this a loss. There we go. Ah! We overshot. We'll do the loop to loop. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I had an Elite Dangerous stream and I haven't figured out why, but it's got a tiny muted bit in the middle of it on Twitch for copyright music or something copyrighted, and I'm like, none of my streams recently had anything copyrighted in them.
May it be this GP Chapa whatever thing?
Nah, that's been played on more streams than just that, so you'd think if it was
Fair
that,
enough.
it would pick up. I have no idea. Like, cause it's muted, I can't tell what was
Well, yeah.
on that bit of the VOD. So I was like watching it, trying to remember it. I was like, no, I just don't remember what was happening, what was being talked about at that point.
Fair enough.
So it wasn't me humming the song for like Indiana Jones.
Maybe.
Like I've had a few VODs before where I've like rated out to somebody and then that person's been playing copyrighted music or something, and then the end bit of the VOD gets muted
yeah.
and stuff, and it's like, yeah, well. So I've never had one where it thinks I was doing something in the middle of the VOD, and I'm like, and when I'm racking my brain going like, what was I doing? No idea. At least they don't get particularly grouchy at you these days. They just kind of go, ah, well, there's some copyright stuff, and then we'll just mute that.
Yeah.
I think they probably realised it's quite easy for accidental copyrighted stuff to get put into somewhere. Oh,
Probably.
no. I have had one other VOD that happened, but I know what that was. So there was Final Fantasy 14 online, and there was this big boss fight against this dragon. And when it started, like this really nice music played, and I guess that music has got some sort of copyright claim on it, even though
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance?
Moon Knight song plays. Is that the name of the song in Final Fantasy 14, or is that just I think it was it was a Japanese type song with like some lady singing and stuff, and yeah, very beautiful song, even though I had no idea what was being sung. But yeah, that was pretty much muted at the point where that song started.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was like, okay, that song is under some sort of copyright claim. Steel and titanium are almost done. Liquid oxygen and aluminium. Moon Knight is... Oh, yeah, no, Moon Knight is a Marvel character. He's a fun character, too. The song I'm talking about is meme with... and basically about waking up somewhere else. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Yes, Moon Knight is an interesting Marvel character due to the split personalities and the mental instability and stuff. Makes him quite an interesting character. He even got his own TV show, which actually wasn't terrible. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I thought it was fine. Some people are too picky about stuff. Going to this one I'm here. Oh, I don't actually need to. I can just bring liquid oxygen or aluminium next time.
Gear retracted. Ship released. Engines engaged.
Permission to clear the area and jump?
Permission granted.
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're already somewhat disturbed.
Listen, Captain Kirk, you asked for permission. I said permission granted. I don't know what your problem is. Alright. Trying to see if he was going to fly me into anything. As really certainly was. Remember when I said yes to that and when he asked inside the station? That is voice attack. Yeah, it's the Orion voice pack.
Frameshift drive charging.
So it's basically voiced by William Shatner
4, 3.
of Star Trek fame and Boston Legal fame, I guess, and a few others.
Safety limits.
But there's a rather comic thread through some of my streams where the voice attack completely misunderstands what I'm saying due to my New Zealand accent. So
Yeah, quite a few funny situations resulting from that.
yeah, I'm just doing something at the station and I say something and then it goes, okay, and it launches me out.
Vectors. Engaging exit protocols.
Okay, I just finished reading that programming sucks article.
Yeah,
Quite a few funny innuendos in it.
yeah.
I mostly agree with what was said.
I love the bridge bit at the start.
Yeah.
It's like, would you drive or walk on a bridge like this? No, if it was built, everyone involved with it would probably end up being executed.
Yeah.
So here, like, going back to that point we're talking about earlier, like,
Systems now.
I don't like working in a big programming organization because there's like too much bullshit that goes on with people like criticizing other people's stuff and code
Yeah, I get it.
reviews.
Confirming
And,
exit point.
but I do like when you work in a small place and you're one of the only people there that can code and they let you do bits and pieces, you know? And then they're like, you're amazing, type of thing, instead of like, why did you write your code like this? You probably don't learn as much, or, you know, but it's a lot
I don't
more.
know. I've never worked in such an environment, but most of my quote unquote professional career has been working in a small-ish firms where where I was the sole person to be able to program, or there were like maybe 2 other people
Yeah.
available at the same time. And
Yeah.
even that sometimes devolved into trying to synchronize code between us, but it's fortunately never devolved into like criticizing each other's code. Like, no, you need to put the opening bracket on the new line after the if condition. Like, no, this never was a point of a problem. It was more of a like this needs to be in a different place to keep up with the usual things where we put things. That's about it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like we haven't devolved into the petty stuff.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of the thing when you work at a bigger organization as well is like, so when I worked at that place, the one place I worked at that was like that was this company. It was making these online sort of applications, right? And part of the problem.
You bastard, hydrate!
I will hydrate in a second. Yeah. Hey, Dart. How's it going? And part of the problem was like I'd be on a team that was like trying to figure out what was going wrong on some like online wizard or something, right? And every page of the wizard was programmed by a different person. Every page of the wizard worked in an entirely different manner to every other page of the wizard. And you're like, God damn it. The style of coding on this page is completely different than the style of programming on the next page. Is completely different than the style of programming. You know, it's like, at least
Yeah, I remember to running into a similar issue when me and my colleague were trying to work on one system. We were both programming with the same language, and at that point I didn't know about the tooling that basically format the code for you. I only was aware of the IDEs that were available. And I tried solving this with like a config file that would define these styling code style rules, and his um, his IDE didn't quite support that config file. It was a config file for the IDE, but not like an automated programming thing.
yeah.
And his IDE didn't quite support all of the rules that I had defined in my IDE, and I remember that resulting in a mess of a code.
Yeah, that kind of stuff happens, right? Like,
Shortly after, I discovered there is tooling that does this automatically without the need of an IDE, and once we installed that, things became a lot easier. Like, write it however you want, I don't really give a damn. Now run this command and it's how we want it. Moving on.
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance when we're done?
yeah, I remember when I first did my IT degree, like, I don't think we'd even really
Fine.
covered config files that much. And I was like, there was like this project, like this big part of your final year was doing what they called an industry project, right? Which was people out in the actual businesses in the area where we lived wanted people to come and do some IT work for them. And my one was building an application, a database for a local organization, local charity. And it didn't work very well. But I identified why it didn't work very well on my write-up about it. And so I still passed because, you know, what happened was that the lady in charge of it, once she realized that, you know, we could do some cool stuff, basically blew the scope out of the work. And so, like, I reflected on it, I was like, yeah, there was definitely some scope creep that happened here, and I would definitely not keep more control of that in the future. And then, like, the lecturers and stuff were like, yeah, that's fine, type of thing, you know, it's a learning experience. And so, Yeah, but I one of the things I did remember doing was like I was like sitting there, I was going like, what if they change the database location, or change the database location? I need something to, some way to store that somewhere that they can update. So I'm just going to use a text file to hold the path. It was an old Access. It was an Access database was being developed because they didn't have much stuff there. So it was like an application sitting on top of an Access database. This was many years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then later on, I got a phone call like 6 months later, and I was already out working another place. I got a phone call from the lady, and she was like, I need to move the Access database. And I'm like, okay, I remember this. I put a text file there. You should find this text file in the same location as all the other files and stuff. And it should hold the path to the Access database. You can just change it in there.
Yeah.
Or get whoever's supporting you, because I guess to do it. Yeah.
Yep.
So it's kind of like a config file before I knew about config files.
Makes sense. Well, I guess we implement a solution that we are aware of.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure I've made several applications or logic in said application that could have been done easier, better, faster, more efficiently, more conventions abidingly, if you will. And
Yeah.
I just wrote, well, this is the shortest path to let me do it. This is what I know how to do. Moving on.
Yeah, it was after that I started working some other place, and they introduced me to like .NET programming, and they're like, and then you have this config file that you can be auto-generating, you put whatever you want in it. And I was like, that would have been very useful for my.
Yeah.
Alright, where am I going here? Let's see. It's colonization ship.
Oh, we've passed 25%. Nice.
Oh, excellent. Going good. So, well, like I said, like I mean, I don't really have time to run you through every single little kind of thing when you were doing a IT degree, you know, like it was, a lot of it was, a lot of stuff you just kind of learnt on the job afterwards.
Frameshift drive charging.
Skill issue.
What? I was learning on the job afterwards, a skill issue. That doesn't make sense.
Leaving system.
Unless you're talking about the lecturers in my IT degree, in which, you know, not teaching a whole bunch of stuff, in which case, I don't know, maybe. There's definitely some lecturers that were better than others. There's one guy, I couldn't even tell you what he taught. Nowadays, all I remember was that he was so boring, and he was so monotone, and he just read from a book without any, like, analogies or examples or anything. Ugh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Frameshift drive charging.
I'm waiting, old man.
I drank already. Did you not hear me?
Leaving system.
I assume that's what you're waiting for.
All systems check out. No unusual activity.
Just to prove it. Drink. I'll drink again. Mm. Yeah, there were a few funny moments on that course. I went to my IT degree. One of them was we were doing a paper on Java programming. All right, and the lecturer gave us a mock test that was going to be like similar to the actual test we were doing at the end of the year. And there was a question in it that me and some others were arguing over, right? And because it was like, you know, it's one of those questions where like, what does this code produce? It's producing a bunch of numbers, you know, it's like iterating through and doing stuff. And it was depending on like how you did, whether or not it would iterate through and when it was doing the incrementation of the numbers, right? On which part of the logic. And I was looking at it and I was like going like, I don't think any of these answers are right. Like it was weird, like multi-choice answers that we had to pick. And like someone's going like no, it's this one. I'm like, no, it would be that one. And that one I think is the one they're going for. If it incremented at this point, but the code doesn't increment at this point, it increments at a different point. And so none of these answers are correct. And so we actually took the code and we wrote it out and ran it. And I was right. None of the answers were correct. So we went back to the lecturer and she's like, oh, God damn it. I got this out of the Java book. And there's another one almost exactly like it in your actual test and it's too late to change it now. She's like, I'm going to have to give everyone a point no matter what they answer. Because it's not right. So she actually got it from the official Java, like textbooks. And they'd misunderstood their own code. Which was funny. I assume it was just an oversight. But yeah, so everyone that did that test was guaranteed to get at least 1 point. There was also some weird stuff, and I might have told this story before, but there was a rapid application development paper that was compulsory, and all the networking students had to sit it. And then the second assignment on involved them like reading data into an application from a database and writing data to a database, and they didn't know how to do it because they'd never been taught. It wasn't covered in the basic first year programming stuff. So there was complaints about that particular paper, that they were getting tested on stuff that no one had ever taught them. That sun is bright on this approach.
Okay, I think this is going to be the end of the line for me for today. It's getting to be quite late.
Yeah, what's that?
You have been streaming for 5 hours apparently.
I have, yeah. It's nearly 3 AM.
Good job. Yes, well, 2:36, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, for people watching, when I say it's nearly 3 AM, I mean that's the time for Ed. For me, it's like 12:30 in the afternoon.
Middle of the day, yeah.
Yeah.
Time zones are funny. And
Yes.
until come.
Yeah.
Shields
This,
for landing.
so I live in the future. For me, it's like 12:30 on a Thursday.
Alright, well, thanks for all the help, thanks for all the evening entertainment.
Not a problem. Thanks for joining me on my stream.
Yep. Alright, enjoy the rest of your stream and your Thursday, I guess, whatever you're going to do.
Yeah, well, it sounds like I'm going bounty hunting with Dad a little bit later on my other account.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, I'm out.
All
See
right.
ya.
Yeah.
Docking successful.
All right.
Disengaged.
At some point, I'm gonna have to go get lunch, but I'm not hungry yet, so I might as well keep going for a bit. Yeah, 28%. I guess I'll focus on finishing off my my orbital satellite thing. Got about 5 loads to go for that. That'll take maybe an hour, maybe not. She'll pull me through to about 1:30 in the morning. 1:30, well, no, 1:30 in the afternoon. Blah. And then it'll be probably, that'll be about when I get hungry and need to have some lunch. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright, so I need what I need the most of now is liquid oxygen and aluminium. And then it's nitpicking stuff again. Which is fun. Nice day outside. Might have to get out of the house a little bit later. Go down somewhere local and do some sort of end of day photography maybe, or something along those lines. Boom, boom. I haven't got out with my camera for a while.
Leaving system.
Leaving the system. Off we go. Bum, bum. So a couple of runs and I should finish the satellite. That should give me agricultural, hopefully, depending on how broken the economy stuff is at the moment, it should give me agricultural economy in my donuts gateway, wherever it is, donut station. and give me the tier 2 construction point I need to build a refinery hub. And that's when the station will really start becoming useful. Won't even have to jump this far to get, you know, steel and other stuff. Be able to get it in my system. Well, that's the plan at least. We'll see how it works out. Boom, 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 boom. Blue Gateway. Gateway to the homebrew. I feel like there's an Aussie beer or something that's pronounced that's got the name B-R-U-L-E, brew. But I could be wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong. Seems like a good marketing opportunity though, if not, you know, like, you know. You already have phrases like, let's get a cold brew. You can just play into it on the advertising. Alright, what have we got? Bum, 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 bum.
To my end, Yankee, November. This is an independent star system, Commander. Request docking permission prior to touching down.
Docking permission has been granted.
Landing pad, no, neither.
Power to shields, Commander?
Where'd you get that from? Captain Kirk? Explain that one to me.
Fine.
So you just come up with random stuff.
Should I deploy the landing gear?
Sure.
You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
Fine.
I answered you. Alright, whatever. We end up beefing with William Shatner at some point over this. Like, how come you never understand me, Shatner? Like, I don't even know who you are. What are you talking about? Oh, you just gotta listen properly. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Landing gear deployed.
Would you like me to perform routine maintenance when we're done?
Complete, clear to disembark.
Alright, what are we buying? Aluminium, I guess. Oh, and actually, let's do liquid oxygen. Need about 1,200 tons of that, I think.
Capacity.
Let's go here and here and here. Blow out. Alright. Out we go. Alright, out we go.
Ready for jump drive?
Sure.
Fine, I won't disturb you again, although I sometimes find that you're...
That was sure not a good answer to that. Alright, off we go. Sorry, ship, I'm faster. Boom, 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 boom.
Speed restrictions are now lifted. Flight control signing off.
Right. Off we go.
Leaving system.
How many jumps must a man go through before he builds himself an empire? The answer, my friend, is based on where they, on if Frontier ever releases NPC hauling services.
Frameshift drive charging.
Hull integrity is within limits. All other systems are at normal levels.
Thank you for telling me something I already know. The ship hasn't taken any damage, nor is it malfunctioning.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, that's going to die back in a second. There we go. We jump. We move. So I think it looks like everyone is left. It's just me.
Temperatures are at an acceptable level.
So now I can be as unhinged as I want. Because no one's watching. Donuts Gateway.
Warning. Temperature critical. Warning.
Heat damage. What's it behind me already? Come back here. We don't want to duck from behind, we want to duck from the front. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, we're looping once more, but that's okay. You know what? I'll probably in stream, I guess, so that way I can do this without having to, like, bore people. I don't know. I can do it while listening to some music or something, and, not having DMCA stuff on my stream. That sounds nice. I can raid out, and I can go in and grab myself some food. I can sit back with some music and finish building this little platform. This farming setup. And then in a bit, I can go and play with Dad, I guess. Do some more bounty hunting. What are we now? We're now towards the end of April, coming into May. So it's supposed to be June that they're releasing the new Vanguard stuff. And then I can make a Vanguard with Dad and loan him ships. That'd be nice. Heavily engineered ships. How many rooms? Mr. Commander, walk down before he has a functioning economy. Alright, are we gonna crash into anything? Doesn't look like it. I do like the look of these orbital, like, construction sites. They're quite cool. Guess that bit down the back there, that rotating around, is the workers' quarters. Not that you see them actually building this thing, it just appears once you're done. %61 done. Alright. I'm going to find someone to raid out to. I'm going to have some lunch. And then I'm going to finish this off by listening to some nice music or something along those lines. It's been over 5 hours. It's a long enough stream. Alright, anyone, if you are still hanging around, I appreciate the support today. I've had fun streaming. Having people watching, chatting, so on and so forth. I'll see who I've got on that I follow. You know what? Let's... Oh, there's a friend of mine, Super Trouble, is playing Lush Foil Photography Sim. Someone who likes photography, I'm curious. So we're going to raid into Super Trouble. We haven't raided into Trouble for a while, but he's an old friend. from quite far back. All right, hang around for the raid to get extra channel points and so on and so forth, and show a bit of support for Super Trouble. All right, raid going out.
Oh, that. Hey, Arctos.
Always this pathetic.
Let me hit the snooze button real quick. How are you? How was the rest of your stream? Thank you for the raid. Isn't it late for you?
Stay out of the clouds, burn off the caustic. All right.
What? It's good. That's great. Okay. You get to pick a number 1 through 16. Welcome everybody, I am Super Trouble. I do a lot of RPGs, JRPGs, weird indie games, simulations, game. And I'm lost on my picture taking. I know you like taking picture.
I used to be an adventurer like you until I took an arrow to the knee.
That's an arrow to the knee. Not late, middle of the day, would normally be at work. I've ended stream a while back. Yeah, I was like, man, he's still going. I have 5 kitty cats. At that angle? I'm right. Oh, photography sim. Interesting. Yes. I have no idea where I am. They have like Iceland and all sorts of different locations. Could pop up. There it goes. Either. I keep pushing escape and it's spacebar. Oh, this was the freeze. I tried to go to a different building and it wouldn't let me. It locked off. I'll give you a raid syndrome. This one gets people jumping.
Times now, can you play with your toys sometime? They Spill it all over the ground, 'cause I already stand tall.